Welcome to the PokerStars Arena, hosting a special edition of the Sunday Million, officially part of the Bounty Builder Series, event number 4, a $109 progressive knockout event with a $1 million guarantee. But with close to 12,000 entrants, we're actually looking at a prize pool close to $1.2 million, divided between payouts and bounties. Being a PKO, you get money in your stars account every time you eliminate a player. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. James, since this is the Bounty Builder, can I wear the Boba Fett mask I have, or will we get sued?
Number one, we will get sued. I don't think Disney would appreciate it. Number two, I kind of feel that that's not really nerdy enough, Joseph. I kind of feel that if you're going to go full-on Star Wars reference, you need to go Bosk or Benger. Go with one of the kind of second-tier bounty hunters. Everyone knows Boba Fett. Just too obvious.
Yeah, I'm not a nerd. I have had sex at least twice.
I hate to break this to you, Joe. You are a nerd, my friend. Talking of nerdery, by the way, and we've got a few minutes before the action gets underway in tonight's Bounty Builder edition of the Sunday Million. Of course, there is a Bond film out, at least in this country. Am I right in saying, Joe, that No Time to Die doesn't even open in North America till next weekend?
Yeah, we don't even have trailers for it yet. One of the few times that the United Kingdom gets to hold over the United States of America is when Bond comes out. It's the one thing you guys get first. Okay, so of course, inevitably, every time we do a live stream, every time we do a podcast, the conversation turns to Bond. Tonight, I'm not going to answer any questions about the movie because there are people all around the world who haven't had a chance to see it. And I'll be honest with you, what I said on Twitter at the weekend, I mean it. I can't discuss this film in any detail, even brief detail, without resorting to spoilers. So what I've done, this is my gimme to the people who are desperate to hear my opinion and desperate to get my immediate reaction to the film. On the PokerStars Discord server, if you're not already a mention, we'll put the link in Twitch chat. If you go to the PokerStars Discord server, in the podcast discussion channel, I have done one of those threads where I've basically erased the text and you have to click on it to see it. So my headline thoughts on the movie are there, but if you don't want spoilers, if you don't want to know anything that happens in the film, don't click on that. And what we'll do, Joe, down the line, I imagine, on a future stream or on a future podcast, once enough people have had a chance to see the film, we will talk about it. Because I do want to talk about it, but I don't want to do a disservice to people who live in parts of the world where it hasn't opened or haven't had a chance to go to the cinema yet. Just one question. How many odd jobs do you rate it?
Are we rating movies by odd jobs now? All I will say is I have been a little bit surprised by how many 5-star reviews the film has been getting in the British press. I don't think it's a 5-star movie. And if I'm going to rank it in terms of Daniel Craig Bond films, do I think it's as good as Skyfall? No. Do I think it's as good as Casino Royale, which I think may be the best Bond film of all time? No. But it is better than Spectre. It's better than Quantum of Solace. And I liked Quantum of Solace. So I fall into the Quantum of Solace is not as bad as people make it out to be. But it's a solid film, and it's a good addition to the franchise and a good ending to the Daniel Craig series of movies. And I'm not going to say any more. So here is my request to people watching is please don't ask any questions in chat. I'm not going to answer them. Please don't post anything. No real spoilers, no fake spoilers. No, I think this is going to happen, because you will get banned. We will come down on you with that ban hammer. If you want to know my immediate reaction to the movie, head to the PokerStars Discord server and by all means click on that text. But I would urge you, see the movie first. It is worth it, even if you're not the world's biggest James Bond fan. And I have to say, look at the box office numbers, Joe. It is being billed as the savior of cinema. It's certainly bringing people back to the movie theaters. And if there was any fear that we would get to an era where films would just go direct to streaming services or direct to our home screens, I think this has proved that there is still a place for cinemas in the year 2021.
That's really great news. And I just want to remind everyone, if you mention this at all in chat, anything about it, it's going to be ya Bond.
I like it. I like it. So let's get action underway on day 2 of this special edition of the Sunday Million, part of the Bounty Builder series. It is a $109 PKO. We have got 86 players remaining from a starting field of close to 12,000. That is 8,473 unique players with 3,500 re-entries. Blinds, 17,500, 35,000, and we've already got an all-in. We have got Maka opening with King-Queen, dominated by Pashut, who has shoved with Ace-King. And there's a bounty on the line here, could get called by the King-Queen, Joe.
Could get called by the King-Queen. Looks like, what, this is a 20 big blind? Ish shove makes perfect sense. Against an under-the-gun open. No, good laydown.
Okay. Well, Pashut gets Ace-King again?
The hand's so nice, they named it twice. No, that doesn't work, actually.
So the reason we have made this particular table our first feature table, Joseph, is the player who has just re-raised here, Stan Potlak, has come into day 2 as chip leader. The Danish player starting with just shy of 4 million chips.
A little potluck dinner for you.
Well, priced in now by virtue of that 3-bet. Yeah, and you're right, Joe. Has the chips. There's a $420 bounty on the line. When you 3-bet, you can't then fold to the 4-bet. You might not like it, Stan, but you have to go along with it. And actually, when you consider the bounty equity, you're getting a decent price.
Time to stand and deliver.
And, oh, it's all hearts. Well, out-flopped, a decent run-out, and I think on this occasion, you know what they say, everyone loves a chop putt. And I think Pashut would love that chop, because that queen-high flop was not good for Pashut, who now has the snowman's num-num and opens again to 70,000.
Alrighty. Pretty action-intensive table here already. 84 players left to go. We've had 2 hands, 2 all-ins. Are we going to have a third?
Yeah, so again, the open from Pashut and the 3-bet from Stan Potlak. Ricardon's folding the 9s, and 8s fold as well. So Stan closing in on that 4 million mark now, and we can bring in our guest commentator for this week. We can welcome Griffin Benger to the proceedings. Griffin, I've never mentioned this before. I'm genuinely disappointed. In fact, I was disappointed about 7 or 8 years ago to learn that your last name is pronounced Benger rather than Benger, because I always loved that chant of Rabanga, Rabanga from that scene in Scarface, and I kind of feel that'd be a great way to introduce you every time you appear on the stream.
Oh, you should do it anyways. I don't even mind when people get my name wrong. So
just say Revenger.
Why not?
How are you doing, Griffin?
Couldn't help. Good, yeah. Couldn't help overhearing your little brief discourse over the new Bond film. Sorry, as good as the. What? I'm not. I haven't seen it. I live in Canada. What do you want from me? I was just gonna say I was sorry to hear that it's not as good as the Home Alone one, Skyfall.
Hey, you've got the Queen on your money. You should get the Bond movies the same time as England. I mean, come on. That's kind of messed up.
That's a pretty good argument, actually, yeah. I do have tickets Wednesday, though, which is great.
Is it? When does it come out in America?
Well, it comes out on the Friday, but then they always have, like, the Thursday that, the Thursday night you can go get tickets. And Thursday was completely full, and then I randomly saw that they had tickets for Wednesday, and no one was in the theater, and Thursday was completely sold out, so they must have added one a day early, and I was just swiped up 6 tickets. So me and a bunch of friends I pretend to have are going. It's just
we've got a battle of the big stacks here, guys. Yeah, and Ricardo is getting a little bit sticky here, and Stan Potlak with the trip aces will win the pot.
Yeah, I mean, Stan's effectively played every single hand so far today except the first one. So I think that, and seeing someone 3-bet call off Queen Jack suited probably maybe convinced Ricardo to stick around for more than one street there, with just the 2 paired overs in the ace-10, maybe thinking Stan's firing with something like Queen Jack, but was wrong and lost a near 900 chip pot. And great start to the day for Stan, who, that first hand that they played with the Queen Jack, I don't think I would recommend 3-bet calling off over 20 big blinds with Queen Jack suited, but when you have that many chips and maybe you want to establish that you're just willing to blast around, it's a play.
So here's my question about Ricardo. Do we think that Ricardo is a big fan of EPT Season 3 Grand Final winner Gavin Griffin? Or do we think that Ricardo is a huge admirer of former PokerStars employee / November Niner Gary Gates?
Gotta be Gary Gates.
I have a theory, though. What did you say was Ricardo? What was the name? Ricardo versus Gavin Griffin, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm saying Ricardo is either a fan of Gavin Griffin or Gary Gates. He's showing his appreciation for one of those two poker legends.
I'm a big fan of Gary Gates, so I'm going to go with Gary.
Yeah, it's going to be Gary Gates.
Big fan.
We've got another fisherman. This is a pretty popular theme of online poker hand. We got the PT fisherman. We have this fisherman. There was another fisherman who came out of nowhere during W Coop this year, right? Was on the leaderboard for a while.
Joe, have you ever did you ever get into the fish music? That's like a thing,
thankfully,
right?
no. That's one. I was a gigantic loser in many different ways, but I managed to dodge that loser bullet.
I have one good friend that's a fish fan, and every once in a while he'll find me in a very vulnerable moment where we're both, had a couple drinks or something, and there's YouTube available, and suddenly I'm just going down this rabbit hole of these live concerts of Fish.
Fish is one of those
James,
bands
I don't
that
need
you
to
love
ask
to
you.
hate.
Do you even know what Fish is, James?
Are we talking about the band Fish?
Yes.
It was put on my radar,
PH.
Griffin, because someone picked it as a superfan subject on the Poker in the Ears podcast not that long ago. And, we've got Ricardo getting a little
is
bit
a
frisky
maniac.
with artisanal sourdough dominated by Stan Potlack, who seems to get dealt ace-10 a lot.
Wow, and calls with a 4-bet. I think this is an example of two players that are just really want to fight for supremacy, for the kingdom of this table. It's not easy to find the 4-bet with ace-5 suited, and found it, but got a call and flopped pretty good, all things considered. If you break down the range of Stan, who's now betting on the turn here, you are going to expect your opponent sometimes to maybe have something like 10s or jacks, and that would beat even that. And I think Stan's going to expect Ricardo to have a lot of ace-highs maybe here, but gives up. That's going to change the chip lead, boys.
I'm very torn here because I do like a sourdough suited, but I also don't like domination rotation.
No. Wow. 1.46 million into 2.2 million. And Stan might think that he's being blown off a chop here, might think that the ace-high is even good. Nope, lets it go. Well done, Stan. I tell you what, it's not Potlack that Stan built up a big stack in this event.
Yikes.
So I think that's I think Aaron's avatar is a gender swapped Luke Skywalker, isn't it?
It is.
Or is that just Luke
It is.
Skywalker? Okay. So what is the name of the gender swapped Luke Skywalker? Like,
what do you
had
mean?
to name, what's the? I mean, what would you call the sort of the female name of Luke? Like, if we were going to call it
Leia?
something, is there something it's called? No.
Well,
Like,
nothing
you know,
funny.
there's
She had a
female
boy and a
versions
girl,
of
and she
names.
called the girl Leia and the boy
How about
Luke. So the female
Lucia,
version of
hippie?
Luke
But
would be
that's
Leia.
not Leia. Yeah, Lucy. Lucy is what it is. That's Lucy Skywalker. Thank you, Joe. You got what I was saying.
I am most
Hippie
impressed.
came up with that, not me.
I am most impressed by Macca, who has gone with the poster for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which remains one of my favourite films of all time. So I'm supporting Macca, even though I'm completely objective, and obviously I don't want anyone to necessarily win or lose. Go Macca.
They're only going to clip the first part, James. Your integrity's ruined.
Integrity? I don't know where you've been, Griffin. Lost that a long time ago. Well,
Aaron with another bet here.
Yeah.
Into the nuts.
This is a case of chips into the abyss. Yes. Bruno Jardis won with the full house.
Oh
no. And Aaron
Big
rivers
time
the
trouble.
straight. Let's all throw up in our mouths.
And this is going to be
Puke Skywalker.
pretty much impossible for Aaron to get away from. I mean, I think Aaron should recognize facing a shove here that their opponent, Bruno, is going to have a full house a lot of the time, but you back into this straight, it's blind on blind, you fire 2 barrels. You know, Aaron's going to expect his opponent to have a lot of, you know, ace-X type hands, but those hands would just call the river. So could find a really miraculous fold here to keep those 26 or so big blinds, but hand strength might be a bit and only 11 seconds. Oh, that's tough. It's going to go down to 4, and he's going to call. Oh, he didn't do it. Good man.
Let it go. Gets away from it.
Luke or Lucy.
That will go down as a great hero fold. Meanwhile, look at this setup. Well, it's going to be Stan Potlack who opens the action with King 10, but I'm looking at queens, 6s, and 7s here on the button and in the blinds. Actually, it's Ricardo who opened the action with the 7s. And now we get the squeeze from Bruno, which actually is a re-raise with the best hand.
And Stan's been playing, you know, quite loose, but King 10 you got to get rid of in the 3-bet here.
Ricardo doesn't like folding either.
Folding's boring.
Yeah, I think this is quite a bit, quite a bit too loose pre-flop from Ricardans. I understand you're playing super deep, you're going to be in position, but Bruno's going to be pretty bladed here to be squeezing big against the 2 massive stacks. Bruno just won a big pot, you know, facing an under-the-gun raise.
Oh, how do you check this? Man, I just think, I mean, if you think your opponent's going to bet, I guess.
Well, I think that particular sizing is going to alert Bruno into wanting to extract some more value. There are going to be some floats on this flop.
Oh my God.
Baby doll.
The 7, it is always coming when you're playing the flipping games.
Man.
You are playing the flipping games?
This is no game. This is a tragedy.
Oh, wow. It's all in to call. The fact that it's a spade, the fact that it's a straight card as well. Any chance that Bruno gets away from this, Griffin?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a chance. You know, Bruno has to assume that Ricardons is turning some sort of, does find the fold, turning some sort of hand into a bluff. I mean, the turn bet seems so blocky. Like, I want to bet this small amount so I can check back on the river. But then, so that represents to me that Ricardons has some sort of showdown value. A hand like 7s, pocket 9s, you know, not as good as queens, but not a big value hand. But the way that the river changed the texture and then electing to go for the shove, you know, maybe didn't think Ricardons would go that creative with a bluff, with a sort of hand that has showdown value, right? Hard for Ricardons to have a pure bluff there. So great fold, 2 great folds back to back by Bruno Jardis 1 and Aaron.
I like it. So we have been playing for 15 minutes and we have only lost 7 players now, down from 86 to 79. Normally,
it's always coming
within the first 5, 6 minutes, we're down like 10, 15 players already, but actually it's been a slower rate of eliminations than I would have expected. And now we've got ace-6 versus ace-5. And the blinds are up, 20,000, 40,000. So the structure of this bounty builder series event plays exactly the same as a normal Sunday Million. 15-minute blinds throughout. I think it's 12-minute blinds for the first few levels on day one, but when you get to day two, get to the late stages of this PKO, it's 15 minutes.
You get to the Lily White luxury level.
Does Ricardens want to keep that momentum going and raise a hand as poor as Jack 5? I think this raise white right here really represents to us that Ricardens is going to raise close to 100% of buttons with all this momentum.
Well, Ricardens, it won't surprise you to hear, has taken the chip lead after that sevens versus queens hand. Ricardens currently playing a stack of 5.36 million. Ricardens playing from Brazil. Diamond Saro, who's playing from Uzbekistan, is the second biggest stack with 4.6 million. Stan Potlak, start of day chip leader, who's also at our feature table, now ranked 7th. So still in the top 10 with 76 players remaining. That's more like it. 10 eliminations. Keep them going.
Raise and take it with Queen 10. That's that's running hot.
Ah, good game, Pasha.
Yeah, this spot is a stone cold cooler for Pashat with those 16 big blinds. Kind of just going to have to find a shove here pretty much always, and you're going to run into PT Fisherman's younger brother.
P. Hisherman.
P. Fisherman, yeah.
And Stan can get out of the way with the Jack 7. Aaron can fold Kojak. And it's Domination Nation. 10's way behind. And it's a king on the river for good measure. And we see our first KO from the feature table as Pashat is eliminated by Fisherman. A bounty is awarded. And Fisherman's head prize goes up to over $540. And 74 players now remain.
Going to be interesting to see if Ricardens elects to flat or 3-bet this. I think when you have this amount of chips and Aaron has been this active, if you're going to play this as a 3-bet, you should probably just be calling off the 22 or so bigs. King, queen off. I think you want to find some 3-bet folds sometimes, maybe some flats. But with this hand, if you're going to 3-bet, I think you're just going for it. But I don't know. Ricardens, yeah, and then does put it in.
Well, it's all kicking off here, isn't it? And
we could see another great fold.
Flipping here with a pocket pair against 2 overcards, 2 clubs on the flop, king on the turn, and it's over. KO. Aaron out in 74th place, and Ricardens not only claims a bounty, Ricardens increases their chip lead up to over 6.2 million now as we get some new players. Hey, there's Socrates, who made a deep run in last week's Sunday Million.
Oh, yeah, hi. Well, it's just good to see, you know, that the best players at the table are the ones taking down all the bounties.
Not sure it's serious.
We've spoken, before about how in fields like the Sunday Million, I mean, this is a near 12,000 player field. The ones that are going to separate themselves and have a real good chance of winning are the ones that when they get momentum and they well, of course, but also just, I have been impressed with how much Ricardens is willing to splash around and get involved and 3-bet call off king queen suited with all these chips. I think maybe I wouldn't have played those 7s quite the same way and certainly got lucky there, as Joe alluded to. But, now that Ricardens does have all these chips, I think is going to continue. We've seen Jack 5 opens, 8-9 off opens. So really willing to splash around. Going to be someone fun to watch with just 70 players remaining.
Playing down to a winner tonight, this being a 2-day event. And it is Stan Potlak who is betting at this flop with King 10. We've referenced that Stan started day 2 as chip leader. Stan playing from Denmark. couple of stats on Stan. Total PokerStars earnings are around $5,000. Doesn't play very often. Best online result was last year. Came 6th in a $109 Fast Friday event for $1,400. So could easily surpass that result tonight. In fact, will, with prize money and bounties already won. Stan is going to be all right.
How cute for Stan. Ricardo is a real character. I'm loving this, Ricardo. Human.
Okay, so James, quick avatar game for you, and Joe, don't answer.
Okay.
What is the avatar of Stan Potlack? Who is that?
I mean, I'll be honest with
From
you,
what-
Griffin. I can't even
from what
make that
movie?
out. I can't even make out what that is or who that is.
Joe knows
I'm
what
not-
it is.
I mean, I know the jersey is from Space Jam, right?
Yeah, it's Newman from Space in Space Jam. The
Oh,
actual
is it
movie.
Wayne
Wayne
Knight?
Knight.
Yeah.
I thought it was. Do you know
was
what? I
in
nearly
that
said, "Is it Wayne Knight?" as a joke. I've just watched JFK again, and Wayne Knight is in that. So I was looking at his chubby face last night.
I don't think he's chubby anymore in real life, but I'm not sure.
Ooh, a defend here from the King Jack against the 4X, leaving a stack to pot ratio of just 1-to-1. Not hugely recommended, but you do have a strong hand here in King Jack on the button. Sometimes, you know, you don't really want to shove it in and just run right face first into that sort of top of the range kind of hands. But, you know, the pure bluffs you're doing very, very well against pre-flop. So maybe you just want to flop some equity. So I don't blame SoR99 for continuing there, but, you know, it's a really tough spot.
Let me put you under the spotlight, Griffin Benger. Big Boss 2401. Who is Big Boss's avatar?
Oh, I have no idea, but I think it's a football coach, like a European football coach, or a politician. Leaning more
Okay, you have to go
towards
with one or the
former.
other. You think it's the former?
I'll go with the latter.
Trust your
based on what you
instinct.
said.
Oh,
no!
Griffin. Oh, Griffin, that is soccer coach Jose Mourinho.
Damn it.
If only you'd gone with your gut. If only you'd gone with your original read. You loddened it. You loddened it. You were
This is why
so
I'm in the
sure on the
booth.
turn. You get to the river and you let
That's
Adrian
my
Mateos
instincts.
bluff you off those fives.
Oh, Ricardo is a real
niche,
player.
That was a really niche Johnny Lawden, Adrian Mateos reference that I knew. I liked it. It's good.
I knew you'd get it, Griffin, because you've talked before about how much you admired Adrian Mateos' performance at that final table.
yeah.
I'd also say that is a hand that a lot of people watching this stream will know very well. It's probably one of the top 10 hands from the PokerStars archives.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Comes in at number 5.
And I think we're going to be doing some singing, guys. Yep. This is a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves
a
the chop pot.
I don't think that was bad. I don't think that was bad.
I missed it on the replay.
I will
Or just on
allow it.
Twitch.
I will
Okay.
allow it.
Anybody that is going to rate that less than a 7 is going to get banned,
Yeah.
and you banned.
Well, Stalking Geek rated it a band out of 10. You see that?
Wait a second. Well, John Delano made it a 7. I can't. Yeah, anything under 7 is getting banned.
Yeah. And basically, yeah.
I
Anything
approve of
under
this.
what John said, because John, yeah, it doesn't really matter. If John said it was a 3, we would. Anything under a 3, you're getting banned.
You're
John's
banned,
VIP here.
and you're banned, and you're banned. You guys just handle
Just
the poker. You banned.
One quick postscript, Griffin. When you said you followed that final table, I'm assuming you were watching the live stream, right? You weren't in Monte Carlo that year?
What year was
That was
it?
2015.
It might have been.
Okay.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Maybe.
Because Monte Carlo, as you know, is one of the destinations where the players' party would come at the end rather than at the beginning. So after that final table was over, after it had been played to conclusion, that's when there was the party. Johnny Lodden had a lot to drink at that party and was not a very happy man. And I think in the immediate aftermath was slightly haunted by what could have been, what would have been, had he made that call. Obviously, I think he can see the funny side of it down the line, or he's at peace with it, whatever. But that night, he was not in a good way, was he, Joe?
And it was the only time anyone had ever seen Johnny Lawden drink.
Top
Well,
pair
this should
for
be
Macca.
fun.
The flush draw for Cairo. Hold, Macca, hold.
Ooh,
Oh, no. Well, you'll notice that the chip leader has disappeared from the table. Basically, I decided I didn't like his choice of avatar, so I've disqualified him. No, he's just been balanced off.
You don't
I'm
like
sure
Gary
we'll see
Gates?
Ricardons later on.
Well, that player was quite fun to watch. Hopefully they pop up again. Although they also seem like the kind of player that could be gone, now, already.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I look and say, okay, they've got the chip lead, 6.2 million. We'll see them again, but the way Ricardons is playing, there's a very good chance that they might have significantly fewer than 6.2 million chips in like 3 hands' time. So someone who we're not going to be seeing at the tables tonight, Joe, is former podcast superfan Kieran Scully. Kieran recently won a quiz on the podcast themed around world capital cities, and Kieran used the $109 Sunday Million ticket that he won on the podcast in this week's event. I asked Kieran, did you make day 2? We'll be seeing you on stream. Nope. Fun 4 hours. Got 1 min knockout that I used for the $22 version. Got down to the final 300 of that. No knockouts. We'll be back next week. So thanks, Team Pite. You're welcome.
That was a better than 0 spin up, right? 1 bounty, got to play another event. Pretty fun. Got Bruno and Soar.
Sore. Sorry.
Sorry. You don't do the Canadian sorry that much, do you?
No, I guess not. How do I say sorry? Sorry. Is that
Yeah,
more
I guess
American?
a little bit.
Do I sound
I guess
Canadian
I'm just
to
not
you?
used to you apologizing. Sometimes.
Do I sound Canadian to you in general?
Sometimes.
Like it's distinctly Canadian as opposed to anywhere I could be from the U.S.?
Did you send me a video over the weekend?
I don't know.
I saw something over the weekend of some viral video that reminded me of your brother so much.
I don't think I did, but if you find it,
I don't know
find what
why,
it
but
is,
when you
feel
asked
free to
Griffin,
show
did
me.
you send me a video over the weekend, I had a vision of Griffin sticking a VHS tape in a jiffy bag and mailing it to you.
No, I haven't done that with Joe for years.
Do you know that's how I had to see Tom Green before he was on in America? This Canadian kid who moved in down the block had like a VHS tape, and we would all pass it around. It was like the only way we could see the Tom Green show.
I do this like weekly, annual sort of cottage weekend with some friends, and they only have a VHS player, no internet, and only a VHS player, and only the VHSs that are there. So if we ever want to like throw on a movie, we only have the selection. It's refreshing where you only get the choices that are there instead of having choices of anything anywhere. You have to put it in the little VHS thing. You have to make sure you rewind it afterwards if you remember. It's great.
There was definitely something a little bit more interesting and special. I was just talking about this the other day about driving to the video store, and I don't remember, Griffin, you were probably like me. James was probably like this too. I would race from the car to the store because you might be after like the same copy of a movie. And I remember I used to call the store over. Did someone bring it back yet? Did they bring it back yet? Did they bring it back yet? It's due today. It was due by 11. Sorry. And I would just go sometimes wait at the video store for a tape to be brought back.
Oh, a good relationship with like the guy that works at your local store or Blockbuster was like the best currency to have when you were a teenager, you know? You just become friends with the guy behind the thing. He holds movies for you when they come out.
It became less of an issue during the kind of what I call the Blockbuster era, when the big chains dominated the video rental market and they had plenty of copies of like new releases. But in the early days of home video, where your local shop would maybe get 2 or 3 copies of a new release at most, and bear in mind, from 1983 to 1989, my family had a Betamax machine. So we had to find like the one video store within like a 5-mile radius of our house that stocked Betamax tapes, and they would get like 1 copy of anything if you were lucky.
We had Beta. I remember renting The Empire Strikes Back on Beta. Was the first Star Wars movie I ever saw.
The sad thing is, I remember, you know, I had a decent collection of movies on Betamax. The machine finally gave up the ghost in 1989. We ended up getting a VHS machine, and even though I wasn't as big an AV nerd then as I am now, I could immediately see and hear the difference. It's like everything now looks crap. Everything now looks fuzzy, discolored, and the audio's terrible. Betamax was a much better system. It's such a shame that VHS won the war. But
now you really sound old. I never had a Betamax.
I'm guessing it's all kind of academic now because we've been through several iterations of home media since then, and now physical media is a dying thing, right?
Cascap says, video killed the Betamax store. Yeah, at least you didn't bet on HD DVD. No, someone in the chat said that. It's a song. You don't know the song, James? Anyways,
no, I do. It just didn't work.
Oh, come on. It was all right. Okay, fine. Cascap, you're banned. Joe, take care of it.
Now, Griffin,
I bet on HD DVD beating Blu-ray.
I'm going to challenge you there.
I invested hundreds of dollars into HD DVDs. They had red covers.
The problem with that one is it wasn't as simple.
Movies, I had everything.
It wasn't as simple as Betamax versus VHS, because HD DVD versus Blu-ray was down kind of political lines, with some studios backing one format over the other. So if you wanted Disney movies, you had to have Blu-ray. If you wanted Universal movies, you had to have HD DVD. So yes, I was one of the nerds in 2007 who owned both a Blu-ray player and an HD DVD player.
Good man. Never pick
Well,
a
it was a
side.
good excuse back
like
then, though, because you could have a PlayStation and an Xbox, right? If you wanted to play the two formats, it was a good excuse to have each of the gaming systems.
I had an HD DVD player, and then my PS3, which I had imported from Japan, was my Region A Blu-ray player.
Too. Ooh,
goodbye.
Elimination here.
Calls
taking all the chips from market.
In with tens. Cascap, I guarantee 100% James had a Sony mini disc. That is true, but it was for professional purposes. In the late 1990s, that was the preferred format that radio stations would use for recording interviews. So I would never have got a mini disc just for music. It was mainly for audio recording. But yes, I did have a Sony mini disc. I didn't have that. Do you remember that Philips technology that was like movies on CDI, and you had to like flip the disc halfway through?
I used to watch the Philips CDI infomercial over and over again because I wanted one so badly.
And I toyed with the idea in the early 90s of going down the Laserdisc line, but I just couldn't afford it. I was like a, teenager / broke student and just couldn't justify the expense of buying a Pioneer Laserdisc player. But I coveted all the Criterion editions. They did Criterion discs of the Bond movies. I was like, I have to do this.
Bluffing with the best of it.
Yep.
And great opportunity here for Makarovich.
Come on,
Get a
Maka.
double up here. Just about 7 big blinds in the old big blind. And should be getting it in with Bruno Jardis 1. Can't really raise fold for 7 big blinds. Actually, probably happily calling it off with King 10. So a great opportunity for a double up.
Unless a 10 hits, which, you know, happens at least, they say 30% of the time, but I don't know.
Not this time. Yes! Jack Nicholson. Juicy fruit. Gets the double up. Socrates with ace jack. K, you know, with king jack. That's a Bond reference, Joe. Which film is that from?
The Spy Who Loved
Moonraker.
Me.
No. You both went with Roger Moore films. It's a Connery movie.
Well, mathematically.
He did a movie called Mathematically?
Maka all in with ace
The
jack.
politician, big
folds for
boss,
king
opening
jack.
it up.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, look at that hand that Makarovich has, James.
Snowman's Num Num.
Num num. Num num.
Okay, Randall P. McMurphy.
Makarovich.
And this is actually real bad news for Makarovich. I mean, the 2 10s in the small blind. Bit too strong to fold here. And then Stan in the big blind. Oh, no!
Stand
This
and
is-
deliver.
I mean, Stan can find a fold here. The only incentive to shove, really, is recognizing that Fisherman could be call folding a hand like 10s, jacks.
Right.
But there's a lot of traps with this flat from Fisherman, too. Hands like kings and aces might just call to get a hand like ace-king to shove. So I think Fisherman's going to have to fold here, and Stan's going to be free-rolling in a beautiful spot. You look around the rest of the table, only a 1 king folded.
And 1 spade folded.
Yeah, my money's on
We're
Stan.
flipping.
Stan the man.
And 8s are good. And that is a triple up for Maka. Up to 3.1 million now.
wow.
That is the power of Randall P. McMurphy. So Fred 2018, Bond trivia. Who was Bond in On Her Majesty's Secret Service?
Now,
The same
James, hold
character
on.
He's been
No
in
cheating.
every other movie. That wasn't my question. You don't answer a question with a question. I gave you a Bond quote. Which film's it from? K.
You only live
K,
twice.
you know. No.
You only live once.
Diamonds are forever.
Wait, that's a Drake song.
Joe finally got it. It's the pre-credit sequence where Bond is beating up this guy, and he says, "Where is she? I shan't ask you politely next time. Where is Blofeld?" And the guy goes, without moving his lips, by the way, because they did the audio in post. Guy, you know.
I would have been very impressed if Joe got that.
I mean, it only took me 3 tries.
And then it cuts to the casino, right, in Cairo, and there's a guy with a fez and sunglasses, and he's playing blackjack, and he goes, "Cards!" The dealer deals the cards, and he goes, "Hit me!" And then, of course, Bond punches him in the face, because, you know, hit me as in he wants another card, but also Bond punches him in the face.
Yeah.
And his fez falls off and it's
Wow.
going round the roulette wheel.
Okay, 5s. Cool. Still good. Let's go.
That's right, people. We're only
Pyro.
discussing old Bond. We're not discussing new Bond tonight.
And 5's still good here. Ironically, going to have to avoid a 5 on the river to remain with the best hand, and still does. And going to be happy to check that down and take down a nice little 340,000 chip pot. Okay, this guy Cobizzle keeps asking about the James Bond NFTs. No, I don't think any of us saw them. Okay, James, did you see the James Bond NFTs? Did you buy?
I didn't.
You buy some Bond punks.
I did not buy
We're not
some
an
Bond
NFT
punks,
positive thing here. Nothing against them. I'm sure they're great. But
I did, for
Joe, you
about
got an
5
NFT
seconds,
yet?
consider buying the watch. I did consider buying the watch, but not only am I not going to throw that
so
amount
you're
of money at a watch.
familiar with? Oh, so you were gonna? It was a fake watch. It was the NFT watch.
No, it's the real watch. The real actual
real
watch from No Time to Die. That
Oh,
was the only
nice.
Bond-related thing I considered buying. But fortunately, to save me from spending $7,000 on a watch, it's too big. I can't get away with
That's the
it.
only reason. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like, you know, the wife talked me down.
I was like,
looked at
fortunately,
my
my
kids,
kid
and I
needs
thought
to
about
go to
college
college
for
eventually.
them. No,
But
it was
the great
just
thing
like
is, we didn't need to get
it was
to
a
that
size
point,
thing.
because
I gotta say.
the moment I realised, oh my god, it's massive, it's huge, and I've got puny, skinny wrists. It'll look ridiculous on me. That was great, because then I don't have to have all those conversations, make all those arguments, and try and justify it. It was a simple, nah, not going to work for me.
Oh, come on. Don't you want to have that conversation where it's like, yeah, it's the watch from my 4th favorite Daniel Craig movie.
It's a really nice watch, though.
Is it? Okay, now I'm curious. Is it an easy find?
You guys think Big
Well,
Boss
so
is
they were
super mad right now?
Definitely.
Watch
He's
from
furious.
No Time to Die. Oh, they're just giving me show times if I put watch for No Time to Die.
Use the brand, Griffin. It's the same name
Omega.
as the brand of your...
The
yes.
Seamasters. Okay. Ooh. What is that color? It's like a...
Brown. It's kind of got a
pinkish
retro
orange.
faux patina vibe to it. I love it.
We're talking about the Seamaster Diver one, right? It's not brown.
Yeah,
it's
it's-
like a pinkish hue.
No. It's...
pink, but it's like-
Are you looking at the right watch?
Well, were you looking
There's
at
like
the
one
for,
watch.
for
There's
Nomi
one watch
or
for No Time to Die. No, the No Time to Die watch.
007 edition
Is it the-
Omega?
is it this-
The watch is
Is
on
this
screen.
the Timex with the Twist-A-Flex wristband? It's a digital, right?
I'm going to see if this bluff gets called.
Do you guys
we're
know
kind
when
of in
I
the
was a
middle
kid,
of
I thought the
something,
Iron
James.
Man watch was the nicest watch that could possibly ever exist? You guys remember the Iron Man?
Like the one he used in the movies?
No.
The one that goes... The one where he, like, caught the bullet that Winter Soldier shot? That was maybe my favorite moment from a trailer for many years.
Oh,
I thought that was so
no.
awesome.
Bluff gets through.
Gets through.
Oh, guys, I saw Shang-Chi. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to talk to James about. I take exception to you being all like, oh, the Bond movie is the one that's like, cinema's not dead. Venom just like made $90 million this past weekend. Bond isn't the one. Bond doesn't have anything come out yet. Just because a
Venom
couple,
isn't
you and
even
a
out
couple of
yet.
your buddies
That's the thing. I'm talking
went to go
about.
see it in the UK. Okay.
I'm talking about this country
enough.
where Venom isn't out yet, and
But Shang-Chi
The-
was killed it as well a few weeks ago. I think it's all a part of the, it coming back. I just don't think
Shang-Chi has done
Bond
fine. It's
single-handedly-
not done the same numbers that the Bond movie's done in its opening weekend.
Anyway, so Shang-Chi was great. Way more fantasy-based than I thought. Really surprised me. It was really fun.
That now we're talking G-Door. The Seiko with the teletype and The Spy Who Loved Me. Bond literally was the first person to get a text message on their watch. Now everyone can do that.
I've never seen it. So what? Is this like an Apple Watch thing where you actually see the text on your watch? Never seen that.
No, like a little ticker tape comes out the back.
It has a printer.
It's a printer, yeah.
Diehack says, I like the commentators
sequence
you banned.
of The Spy Love Me.
I mean, you know that I haven't seen any Connery Bonds, any Roger Moore. Like, we've talked about this. I feel like you erase it from your mind.
I don't believe we have.
Keep respecting me.
I don't believe we have.
Yeah, I've never watched like any Bonds except for Brosnan and Craig.
Griffin, you have an extraordinary amount of time on your hands. How are you not doing a Bond-a-thon right now?
I don't know. I always think about it, but then I don't know. I watch something else. I don't know. I should get to it. We've talked about what I should start with before, I think. And I think it's the first Bond, the first Connery one.
Look, someone asked me recently, like, if you've never seen a Bond film before, where should you start? And I firmly believe that for the younger generation or for people coming into the series now, just start with Casino Royale and watch the Daniel Craig movies. But for someone like you who's seen those films and also, oh, hang on, we've got a race on our hands here, and nines have gone behind, and Cairo is KO. But for someone like you, I would say you can begin at the beginning. Just watch them in chronological order from Dr. No all the way through.
Dr. No is pretty good. It's a pretty watchable movie.
Yeah, the problem is those early movies, there's a lot about them that's just quite painful now to get through. They're very much...
Yeah, but if you're like me and Griffin and you think
about.
wokeness is a disease, we don't care.
See, that's just the opposite. Maybe I'm a bit too woke for Bond sometimes, but we'll see.
But you are. But you can. I think you can just be like, okay, we don't do that anymore. But
yeah,
fine. It doesn't It doesn't totally ruin it for me.
Mm-hmm.
No, but they're just a little bit naff in the representation of certain characters, of certain genders, and certain races, and. Also, they were very much... Those early films were made on shoestring budgets, and sometimes the continuity ain't great, and sometimes it's a little bit rough around the edges. They're still very watchable.
My favorite is when they have an action sequence that was filmed with them moving incredibly slowly, and then they speed it up in post. That's my favorite.
That happens in Thunderball, for real.
Underwater, right? There's all these sped up underwater scenes. Look ridiculous.
Okay, now I do want to watch them. James, I sent you that clip of Idris Elba, right? When he's just one of the people being asked what he thought of the movie, and he must be like 20 years old. It was something on
I
Twitter.
don't think he did.
Oh, it's so great. I kind of spoiled
like a
it,
punter in the theater?
Yeah. But he's just like really young, and he's just like, oh, you nailed it, didn't it? It's just like Idris Elba with his buddy, just like, and he's just like hasn't done anything yet. It's just great.
It's like when you see Bradley Cooper asking a question from the audience and inside the actor's studio.
Yeah, inside the actor's studio. Yeah, exactly.
I do find it hilarious that Idris Elba's name is still being brought up as the potential next Bond. The guy's 49 years old now. They're probably not going to make a Bond movie for another 5 years. Unfortunately, his time's passed. He's too old now.
Yeah. I mean, an old Bond is getting pretty canon, though. I think Daniel Craig is 74, was it? He's really getting up there. But he's done.
Bruno. Doing all right here.
Can you imagine how much easier it must be for Daniel Craig to play that detective from Knives Out than James Bond? Like, it just must be a total cakewalk for him. To be like, how many buildings do I have? None? How many None?
What's he done? He's broken an ankle and a leg over the course of his Bond career.
Yeah, he can do Knives Out till he's 110.
Socrates with the pocket rockets. But it's Soiree who is going to open here with ace-jack suited.
Just flat. Do it. Yes!
Yeah.
You have nothing to worry about here. You're not worried about the big blind coming in. He only has 800K. Like, flat in position. Make it look like you have king-queen suited. Let your opponent flop top pair.
Please,
on a
big blind
board,
come in.
turn some equity.
Dang.
There you go. There you go.
Boom. So top pair, top kicker for Soiree. Meanwhile, Socrates with the ace of strawberries as insurance, 93% favorite.
Yeah, and an SPR of just over 3-1. Makes you wonder, is SOAR 99's intention here to... Oh, great turn card for SOAR. An opportunity to get away, as Socrates now just has the stone cold nizzles.
James, do you think they'll ever change the tone for the next Bond? Like, instead of it being like a really fast-paced action, they go back to like pure espionage? Like, you know, like in Goldfinger, James Bond fires a gun 3 times.
This is a conversation that we need to have after everyone's seen No Time to Die.
Because I have a lot to say. So, SOAR 99 does get stubborn on the turn here, facing the 30% pot bet. You know, it's tough because you could just be drawing dead to any heart. So, you know, maybe in a vacuum I would like to see a fold there, but it's tough. You flop top pair as we move tables here.
Is this the same hand? What's happening?
No, we've just come across to Will Aruda's table, Hellzito, who we saw get a runner-up finish in a W-Cube event just a few weeks back, but there's still a hand in progress here, and then we will be going on break. 5-minute hiatus in the action.
That was great, actually. You said that. You said Hellzito, but I was looking at the bottom left of the screen. I was like, that guy's name is Baruzito, James. There just happens to be two
All the
Zitos.
Zitos.
All the Zitos. The whole family's here.
A whole lot of Zitos. So looks like action has concluded at all remaining tables as we reach the first break on day 2 of this special edition of the Sunday Million. It's part of the Bounty Builder series. A $109 PKO. 49 remain. Playing down to a winner tonight. It's a 2-day event, so we'll play down to the final table and beyond. The winner will get $66,000 plus bounties. And right now it is Ricardons from Brazil who has the chip lead. A stack of 8.9 million. So back to the action in a moment. Look, I feel we've talked about Bond enough, quite frankly. And just a quick reminder that if you want my thoughts on the film, I have hidden them. But if you go to the PokerStars Discord server, if you go to the Poker in the Ears podcast discussion channel, you can click on that hidden text to see my spoiler-filled headline thoughts if you've already seen the movie or don't care. What I do want to talk about, Joe, is something else movie-related, and that is Paul Schrader, who was our guest on last week's Poker in the Ears. And it was great, actually, to have the dynamic of you and Paul together on the show, having worked together on the card counter, you being the poker consultant on that movie. But also just to talk to Paul about, I guess, not just his views on poker and why it became part of this movie, but also hear those behind-the-scenes stories on how films like Mishima and the Exorcist prequel got made, and just what a slog it is if you are trying to make so-called independent movies, right? If you're working outside of the standard Hollywood system, just trying to convince people to give you the money, to give you the green light, and the challenges you face.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that a guy as legendary as Paul is still goes through those same struggles as some budding filmmakers do. Now, granted, it's easier for his stuff to get read. It might be a little bit easier to get someone like Martin Scorsese to put their name on it. But, yeah, like, it was pretty wild hearing that, like, no, like, even in Paul's, you know, arguably the peak of his career, which was during the 80s, he still struggled to have the money to get these movies made. And one of the things I really like about Paul in this interview and others is that he doesn't really hold back. He's not really the kind of guy that understands or cares about what he should say or shouldn't say. So in our sort of interviews, we're not even trying to get those kinds of answers out of him, right? We're not trying to get him to, we're not trying to lead him down the primrose path to say something he shouldn't. But luckily, he still gave us some really great stories and stuff I think that maybe hadn't been heard of anyway. Like my friend Lauren said, the stuff he said about The Exorcist, he may not have said anywhere else. And if certain movie blogs picked up on it, they might be interested in it.
Cool. So Griffin, this coming week, Wednesday we're recording, Thursday we're releasing, we have someone who's going to appear on the podcast who has commentated on you playing poker who is not James Hartigan or Joe Stapleton. Who do you think is going to be on this week's Poker in the Ears?
Wow. Okay. Norman Chad.
Wow. He got it in one. Good guess. Yes.
Thank you.
The man, the myth, the legend. The original Joe Stapleton, long before there was Joe Stapleton, is going to be the guest on this week's podcast. Look, we figured most of the poker world is in Vegas right now. The World Series of Poker is getting underway. We need to speak to someone who is a genuine WSOP legend. Worth pointing out that Norman has played a lot of World Series events, normally like 7-card stud events over the years, as well as working on the live streams and TV shows. And, you know, I think it's near enough 2 decades that he has been one of the lead broadcasters alongside Lon McCarron. So, yeah, who better to talk to on the show this week than Norman Chad? I'm really looking forward to it, Joe, because he's not someone I've really heard speak kind of unguarded outside of being on a live broadcast before.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, I do tons of podcasts, right? I do like 1 or 2 podcast appearances a week, and typically they always ask me, like, what's your origin story? Like, how did you get to be where you are? And, you know, I get that the story may be new for their audiences, but, you know, I'm like, I've kind of told this a whole bunch of times. I don't know about Norman's. I'm hoping that he hasn't told the story a million times because I want to know where he came from, how he got to be where he is. I know he was a stud player. I'm pretty sure he was like a bowling commentator and or a semi-professional bowler before poker came around. And I'm just also interested in hearing his takes on just like how he has grown and changed as a commentator over the years too, because I feel like what the Norman Chad we see on social media now and we hear on the broadcast now is a little bit different than the guy we heard back in 2003 and beyond. So I'm really, really interested to have an actual conversation with Norm. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we'll be recording that podcast on Wednesday, releasing on Thursday. Meanwhile, it looks like players are about to come back from break. In this week's Sunday Million, a Bounty Builder Series Special Edition, a PKO edition. That means bounty, bounty, bounty. Come get some. Joe is going to take a break from the booth. Griffin and I are going to stay across the action as we return to our feature table. Griffin, just very quickly, just so I know, how were you treated by Norm in those TV shows covering the 2016 World Series? Was he on your side? Did he say nice things about you? Do I need to basically stand up for you against him?
No, not at all. I mean, to be honest, Norm and Lon McCarron were really lovely. I mean, they're just such pros. Very, very affable, very, very sweet to me. You know, I think they recognize that this moment for players, you know, leading up to the final table and on the final table is an incredible amount of stress and anxiety, excitement, and they're just, you know, they've seen it for so many years and they're just so gracious. So I had wonderful experiences with the two of them for sure.
I'm sure I've asked you this question before, Griffin, but I'll just ask it again. And I know it's a false hypothetical because it's not that you could have changed anything, but had you had the choice back in July of 2016 to play on or come back in November, what would you have chosen? Right.
Not even close, yeah. I was pretty miserable for those 3 months.
Right.
To be perfectly honest with you, there's just so much at stake and so much uncertainty and so much imposter syndrome that you can feel. It's just like so many things. It's so much bigger, grander a stage, you know. And that sort of gap of time can really, you know, it's hard to sleep at night. Really, you know, you don't want to make any mistakes. You want to prepare and you want to be the most prepared as possible, but you also don't want to deviate too much from what makes you the kind of poker player you already are. And do you have enough time to even get better? Is it going to, you know, it's just so much going through your head. So you know, in the heat of battle, if you want to call it that, and just sort of out there, and you're playing, and you're on this journey with all these people, and then suddenly it's just like, the last 9 soldiers, as it will, or whatever you want to call it, on the battlefield, and we're like, oh, you meet back up in 3 months. We can all train, and get bigger and stronger, or it's just weird. It's just I didn't like the November 9 structure, to be perfectly honest with you. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I can absolutely see that from a player's perspective. Interesting to see Socrates here with top pair, top kicker, make me vision with nada, just kick high, backdoor diamond draw.
Yeah, I think it was I can totally appreciate from a spectator, and certainly from a production standpoint, the benefit of having something like that, the November 9. But at the time, certainly, I'm just like, let's get this show on the road. You're so used to playing tournaments that way as well, right? You get to the final table,
of course,
and it's on. You've been playing with these people. You have this dynamic based on hands you've already played. So, yeah, it's just different.
Yeah. Completely, and as you say, it completely changes the dynamic of the game when you see people then recruit their teams, right? And you're running sims, and you're doing training modules, and you're just going through hand possibilities, and again, it's almost like you can almost overthink it. You can almost do too much work. It can almost take you off the game that got you there in the first place.
Yeah, I think something like, 3 to even as many as 7 days, where it's like you kind of stay out in Vegas and you get everyone out there, and you have a couple days, so maybe that's it's still a break. It's obviously not as long as the November thing, but that's something that I think it doesn't just need to be the next day. You want to get everyone out there and have an exciting thing, and print up shirts if you want to and stuff. But a quarter of a year was a bit much for me.
In terms of creating an event, though, and I just remember those final tables inside the Penn and Teller Theatre where everyone was bringing in their family and friends, and people would have the signs made, the uniforms. It just was an atmosphere that no other final table had. And again, looking at it from a TV perspective, it was genius that you could have the kind of preliminary coverage cut down into edited highlights, and have those TV shows go out on ESPN in the weeks and months leading up to that final table, and then have the story conclude either live or as live 24 hours after the event. It just worked perfectly.
I think there's an argument to say that it might be the only way you should really do it with the November 9 thing, because of the way you described. I mean, I'll use my own line here and say, I should probably check my privilege in that, when I'm saying these things as a player, as of the 9 chosen ones, I would have preferred to just play it, at some point within the week. But I recognize that I'm not going to be one of those 9 people more than once in my life, almost certainly.
Yeah.
And, all the other times I was so glad to be able to watch all those things and see, and then suddenly they're there on the final table and it's happening live. And but as a player, it was tough.
No, absolutely. We noticed that SOAR 99 has improved to 3-pair on the river, but Kings and Nines playing here. Stan Potlack with just ace high, and pretty chunky bet from SOAR, 1.2 million into 1.6 million.
Yeah, we were getting quite into that chat there, but I think this pot has developed into something a bit too big for what I think Stan should have let happen, given the relative hand strength and that board texture. So Stan, starting the day as the chip leader, as we've spoken about, James, with well over 3 million, now down to 1.3. Someone who I think we've seen may have a couple of erratic streaks in them. I think you mentioned maybe a biggest score of, was it $1,400, or was that just a
It was indeed.
Score?
Was indeed. So $1,400 last year.
Yeah, biggest stage for Stan here with 47 players left. And sometimes you see this happen with, maybe a little bit of an experience playing at these kind of stakes. But now with just 20 big blinds, would like to see Stan maybe tighten up a bit and not just give it all away. It can really turn around in a heartbeat.
Just one final comment on the whole November 9 model, and I know, again, it's gone now. I doubt that it will ever come back, mainly because I do think it was a concept of its time. I'm a great believer, Griffin, that you shouldn't do that, either for TV or as a marketing exercise, unless the players actually benefit from it. I don't think that you can justify inconveniencing the players to that degree unless there is a net benefit to them. Back in 08, 09, 2010, there was. We knew that there was a bidding war from poker sites who wanted to sponsor these players, and they could make a lot of money out of it. Post 2011, that's not really been a thing, and therefore the players were no longer getting anything out of it. And I think that's the point where you had to start realizing that that model was not fit for purpose anymore.
Yeah, there wasn't there wasn't as many sort of, they weren't kicking down my doors to at that stage. I think I had one deal for a diamond company, but it was like through a friend who even wanted to do it because he was gonna so it was definitely changed a lot since those years, for sure. Some tanking here under the gun. You have to wonder, is their dinner ready, or are they time banking for a pay jump?
Well, shall we talk about the pay jumps, Griffin? Because there is one coming up. Because right now, everyone has locked up $777, all the sevens. But if you can make it to 44th place, that's $1,100 minimum payout. And Big Boss is on the short side right now, 800,000 with the blinds at 30-60. So maybe Big Boss just trying to time bank to a ladder.
It's really remarkable to me how much, poker has changed in the, online environment. I mean, this is not something that I think we saw, a couple years ago, James, is these, 3 bets with pocket sixes at the $100 buy-in level, like pretty deep stacked. You see a lot of flats with pocket pairs, people trying to, flop sets and do this and that, but just, with a lot of people learning and getting better and understanding that taking the aggressive action pre-flop is often going to be, once you have that lead, you have so much control in position.
Yeah.
And Makarovich actually gets the call from pocket twos and might get a call on the flop. If you're going to flat here with something like fours, you're going to want to continue on a dry-ish board like this. But a good fold from SoR99, finding some discipline.
Well, we're still at 46 players, and the blinds are up to 35,000, 70,000. Will be interesting to see how Big Boss reacts in the big blind with King Queen, and there has been an under-the-gun raise from SoR99, who we can see has the snowmen's. Num, num.
Num, num. Num, num. Could see this play as a call or a shove from Big Boss. I think that SoR99 has been pretty aggressive, that maybe you can find some folds here from some pretty, medium strength hands. Maybe ace-10 would just fold, but it does just play nicely as a call, I think. Try to flop some equity, maybe check shove. This is the kind of board with the queen of spades as well that you might just want to check raise all in.
Yeah.
Pocket eights, I don't know if SoR is going to find a c-bet. Might want to just try to get it down to the river.
See, I don't know, Griffin, if Big Boss is trying to ladder here or is just playing for the money jump, but this is the kind of situation that I would find myself in. I'll just call, hoping to hit this flop hard, and then you hit just enough to keep yourself interested, but know you're still probably behind. And you're just praying that you can just check through the streets and either get there or get to cheap showdown. Oh, there we go. See? Check, check on the flop. Check, check on the turn. Get there on the river. This is my kind of hand. Well done, Big Boss.
Yeah, maybe an argument for SoR99 to actually find a bet on the turn. You're going to fold out some nines based on the action. But did get unlucky with that River King.
Ace Queen opening here.
Pronunciation correction on Twitch from Dorian69. Hey James, seems like you guys are struggling with SoR99's name. It's pronounced more like the French soiree. Cheers.
That's what I was saying. To be fair, check the tape. I was referring to this player as soiree, and then Griffin started saying SoR99, and I naively assumed that Griffin knew who this player was, and that's how their username was meant to be said.
I mean, but why is it pronounced?
Months
why
and years
is it
of
pronounced
working
soiree?
together, why would
is
assume
that
that?
A word in a, is that a word in a different language? Like, wouldn't it? Why is that soiree? It's like a. Where is the person from? Player from?
That is a good question. From Romania. You're Romania.
Okay. Remember that person, I don't know if it was on Twitch or how you guys saw it, but it was just like, I think it was Twitch or YouTube. And the person was like, how come you guys never give Romanian players any love?
That's right.
What was that from? I couldn't believe it.
It was. It was like, it was during WCoop, and it was like the most kind of...
small country we bring up so often that just like, you know, that we love. And it's always their year.
So,
I don't know if it's
Soiree.
small. Could be big.
Betting
Soiree.
here with 7-5 of diamonds. Gets called by the Queen 10. Make Me Vision, still with the best hand, Queen High, and has picked up a Broadway gut shot, but is facing another bet, this time 210,000. Woo!
And this is going to be a pretty tough bluff card for Soiree here. You know, going to be some flush draws that Make Me Vision has here. This is really the bottom of what Make Me Vision ends up having here on the river. Floating on the flop with Queen High. Calling again because turning the Broadway draw. And then just having a blank Queen High, no club. Soiree knew that. Certainly would bet again. But it's just so hard to bluff into this 9 of clubs. You don't want to just bet and get snapped off by a jack or be betting into a flush or a floated ace high, which are the kind of hands that we would see it continue with from Make Me Vision on the flop. And now Make Me Vision turns the hand into a bluff, trying to fold out, you know, hands maybe like a jack.
Yeah.
But with the best of it.
So 45 players, that means the table's just broken. It means we are on a money jump now. And do you know what, Pittsburgh JD? I'm going to do you a solid, and I'm going to explain the genesis of the whole Snowmen's thing. So it came from a poker player called Sarah Shafak, a former Miss Finland who appeared on Shark Cage. And I can't believe you haven't seen the hand, because it's one of the most watched hands in poker history. The very first hand of her Shark Cage heat, where she decided to pull off this ridiculous multi-street bluff and put Ronnie Barder in the cage. And during that hand, when she bets, you will hear that Sarah had a habit of going num-num when she put chips out. Later, when we interviewed Sarah in Malta, we asked her if she had a favourite poker hand, and she said it was pocket eights, or as she described it, the Snowmen's. So that's why it's Snowmen's num-num. It's in honour of Sarah Shafak, responsible for one of the greatest moments in PokerStars history. And I'm sure Ronnie's at peace with it now, but at the time he was like, oh my God, this is how I'm going to be remembered. Yeah. Millions of people are going to know that I'm the guy who folded trip fours to, what was it, ace high?
That's true. That's like the only thing that people remember from that season of Shark Cage too. Like, you could ask me who won it, I wouldn't even be able to tell you.
Isn't it great? Griffin won like $1 million on that TV show, and no one ever talks about that. All they talk about is Miss Finland.
All they talk about is
didn't even make the final.
T.S. Lowy asks, Shark Cage is what initially got me into poker. Why no more series? Well, actually, I have an exciting announcement for you. PokerStars is considering an all-winners Season 3. It'll be myself and Daniel Negreanu playing heads up for $1 million. And, yeah, we're still in the pitch phase. You know, I haven't spoken directly to Mr. PokerStar about it, but we're going to see if we can get that done.
A winners only edition. Heat 1, it's Griffin versus Daniel. Heat 2, it's Daniel versus Griffin.
Yeah. Makarovich, some momentum here. I mean, James, you were lamenting the fact Makarovich just with 300,000.
I know.
About an hour ago, found that beautiful triple up with pocket eights. I know you know, man. It's amazing.
Very pleased to see it. Very pleased to see it. If you choose One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest as your avatar, you have my full support.
I have seen that film. If makes you feel better about the Bond thing.
Good. It was one of those films where I had to. Occasionally, I will use the podcast as a tool to get Joe to watch movies that, quite frankly, he should already have seen. And we did that with One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I basically forced it on the podcast as a superfan subject, so he'd have to watch the film.
That's great. That's really, really manipulative, and I'm all for it.
The problem is, every time we have a conversation about
For
movies,
good
he'll
cause.
reveal like another 5 films that he hasn't seen, and I'll just be like, kind of like, and that means that's another 5 podcasts that I have to kind of like hijack.
What did you think of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
I think he was kind of okay with it, but wasn't 100% sold. I'm surprised. I actually thought he would like it a lot more than he did. I thought that whole kind of like rebel vibe would really speak to him, but
it is interesting. I find myself going back to watch films that are huge gaps in my filmography, and I find myself not as there wasn't one where I'm like, oh wow, I really get it. Like I sort of I watched something like Untouchables, or I mean, I guess one that certainly made an impression on me where I was like, oh okay, wow, especially for the time, this must have been staggering, was Lawrence of Arabia.
yes,
which I only watched about maybe 2 years ago for the first time. But it just
I remember
in general,
you watching
going
that.
back, yeah.
Didn't you watch over several nights, like after our live streams? We were working on whether it was Stadium Series or W Coop, and you were watching Lawrence of Arabia in the evenings.
Yeah. I think my dad was here for the weekend.
That's
and we
right.
Watched, we split it up into two nights. Yeah, I mean it's very long. But yeah, I'm still. I think I'm still sort of chasing that thing where I like go back. I'm like, oh, this, I really get this, and it really holds up, and really, But I don't know. For some, I don't love older movies. Maybe I'm just I don't know what it is. I'm a modern idiot.
Yeah, for
Sound
me, the
of Music I
1970s was very much
That's
a
one of my
golden age of
top.
cinema.
The 90s, you said?
The 70s, to me, is the golden
70s.
age of cinema.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like the 90s are for me, or that maybe it's just simply in like an age thing, right? Like you're about 20, 30 years older than me, right?
No, I don't think it is an age thing. A Hollywood guy says,
Cinema
how would you
is
rate
cinema.
The Sting? The Sting is a great movie.
What's the Sting?
But yeah. Oh, come on, Griffin. That's a huge gap in your knowledge. That is a huge gap in your knowledge. Write it down.
That's what I mean. Like Charlton Heston and like, James Dean.
And just to be clear, not
Paul
this,
Newman.
this is my
I've never
views.
seen any of these people's movies.
You need to. And it's very clear, not all old movies are great movies. There was just as much crap being made back in the 30s and 40s as there is now, but there are some great movies from that era, just as there are great movies from the modern era.
Yeah. So, The Sting, it's on, I think it's on, oh, I can get it. It has, okay, Paul Newman and stuff.
Paul Newman and Robert Redford and Robert Shaw, and we have got a straight here.
Ooh.
No, we don't. We've got trip aces.
No, we
Sorry for
don't.
Maya Zoo. Well, it's all kicking off.
Oof.
And we have got a full house now, and that is a double up for Maya Zoo. Not too much of a dent in Macca's stack.
So I should watch The Sting. Maybe that's
Definitely.
the next movie I'll watch.
Even Joe knows The Sting. We did a podcast about that one, because any movie that has a gambling theme, any movie that features poker, which The Sting does, by the way.
It's okay, interesting, okay. Nice.
You won't be disappointed, Griffin. You will not be disappointed.
The Sting. The Sting. Ace Jack suited on the button here. Very, very strong hand, but running into the big boy Makarovich with the Ace King of Spades in the small. I think Make Me Vision's going to be able to pretty comfortably just call this 3-bet.
It is the slickest of the big slicks. Oh, way to outflop your opponent. Domination rotation in a very crunchy format.
Cheeky check back from Make Me Vision. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
I think you're going to expect when you see a check here, maybe some give-ups. Not the kind of texture that really, I think the small blind 3-bet range is thrilled with once you check. Now I think Make Me Vision needs to find a bet. I think you're going to get a fold from the hand Makarovich has, especially on the queen. I mean, Make Me Vision going to have a lot of queen X's. You know, hands like queen jack suited, king queen.
To answer this question from Chris, the percentages do not take into account the folded cards.
That's the math it's the homework we give you, actually. You know, you have to figure out what the real math is based off what you've seen folded. We're not going to do that for you.
So we have the option ticked to show the folded cards, but that doesn't mean it changes the algorithm. The algorithm is based on not knowing.
Respect the algorithm.
Cards.
Socrates, find a shove, buddy. I know it's a lot of chips. I know you have 25 bigs, but Make Me Vision has a lot of chips, opening a lot. I don't want to see anything but an all-in here. He did it! They did it!
And picks up some dead money there as the blinds go up to 40,000, 80,000. Average stack right now, Griffin, is 2.6 million. And there's plenty of short stacks. I have to be honest with you. I do feel this has slowed to an almost, I'm not going to say turgid pace because we're still seeing action, but it's going a lot slower than the mid stages or the mid to late stages of the Sunday Million would normally go. The fight to the final table is normally quite fast.
Well, hold on, James, because Soiree, pardon me, everyone. Suarez got pocket nines with about 22 big blinds, raising in middle position, and has been one of the more active players on this table over the last hour. So you have to wonder how quickly those nines will go in, and very quickly is the answer. Both nines still in the deck.
And that will do it. Soiree is KO'd. And look at Maka up to nearly 5 million now. So chip leader at this table. Overall chip leader remains Ricardons from Brazil, who's got 7.7 million. Maka is 6th overall.
Don't do it, Vision. That's enough. I was thinking about it.
So, should point out that with Soiree going out in 45th place, we have had the ladder. Everyone has now locked up $1,107.78, plus, of course, any head prizes they have claimed over the course of this 2-day PKO.
Now, this is the good fold from Stan. I think that it's a pretty standard fold, but based on the assessment we made about the kind of player Potlack might be sort of running out of patience. But did find some patience here. I think this is a great example of why you need to fold a hand like that and then find a spot like this. Now, the raise under the gun is quite annoying, especially when you're facing against a chip leader that will probably just call off the 10 big blinds. But because Make Me Vision is raising almost every hand, I think you're going to have some fold equity when Vision has hands like this. And this is going to get through, and it's going to be great because normally when you shove for 10 big blinds, you're going to get called when there's someone who raises an early position. But this is just not the case this time.
I missed it. How big is Stan's bounty, though? How much is Stan worth? Is that $1,200?
Ooh, so that is something that I did not take into account. You know me with bounties.
I just feel that if it was just a big blind making this decision, Griffin, it's an easy decision. But when you've already put in 180K, and there's
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is a massive bounty. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the biggest bounty in the field, and should expect to see a pretty quick call with nearly 5 million chips. Represents.
Yeah, I mean, it's
about 15%
don't like
of your
calling
stack.
with 7-4 of diamonds, but unfortunately, the math says it's got to happen. But Stan's in a great position here with fives. They are holding.
Always coming 7
on the river.
Ding, 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 ding.
Stan Potlack, start of day chip leader, goes out in 43rd place, and Make Me Vision chips up to nearly 6 million. I think, therefore I am, I believe that it is Ricardon's who is the biggest bounty up for grabs right now. Let's just finish off Stan's story, because we mentioned the fact that Stan's biggest score until today had been $1,400. So Stan gets $1,100 plus 2.5K in bounties. So nice, about $3,600.
Big boss, you got a good shove here for just under 12 big blinds. Just pull the trigger, pal. It's not that hard. You're at the cutoff with ace-10. You know, this is the thing you're supposed to do. What are you going to do? What are you going to min-raise? You going to limp? No. You're not going to fold. You're going to go all in. There's no pay jump at 41, right? I feel like this might be an actual...
No.
Okay, it's in.
We're still at that point where the pay jumps only occur with every kind of after every table break. So the next money jump will be when we're down to 26. So table will break when we're down to 27, final 3 tables, and then...
And the call. But the king-8 suited for those 12 big blinds.
Yep.
Gonna need a 7 or an 8 or a king. Not there.
I'm just checking something. Hold on. Hold on.
Hold door. Hold door. Hold door.
Oh.
Hold the door. Hold the door.
I don't like drawing attention to other people's mistakes, but I kind of feel I have to on this occasion. We are playing 9-handed in this event, right? And the fact that the money jumps are at 20, at 44, at 26, at 17, that would imply 9-handed tables. This tournament is advertised as 8 max.
Oh my god. It's finally happened. A mistake.
Yeah, but not my mistake, crucially. I'm still okay.
Am I good? How does this work? I feel like
Yeah,
I sort of latch on to
I'm not going to blame you for this. Not going to blame you for this.
Great. I would like to bring attention to the kind of power poker Make Me Vision. I think that there's something about that seat, as now Make Me Vision is going to have to call this off and probably lose. I'd say about 82% of the time lose this hand. Yeah.
And this will be one of those occasions. The queen on the turn seals the deal for Bencott, who doubles up. By the way, Bencott only has a $59 bounty, Griffin.
Wow, that's impressively low.
It's almost like, how?
Just like letting his opponents live. Just like, you know. Make Me Vision 3-bet 3-9 suited and got ace-10 suited of the same suit to fold. So Make Me Vision is there. Like I was just going to say, there's something about that seat today, James, because that was the seat that Gary Gates was in, also known as Ricardo. So it's bringing out the wet and wild in these players here, with just 39 people left now vying for that $66,000.
So down to 39 players now. What's the deal with Bencott? Bencott has currently won 68.75 in bounties. Oh, Hold on a second. Something's happened. Something's happened, Griffin.
What?
I just went to the top of the leaderboard, and the name I was expecting to see was not there. Ricardon's no longer number 1. Ricardon's now number 6. It's Plato X314 from Russia who's got the chip lead right now with 6.7 million.
1 sec. Are you trying to tell me that we could have a heads-up battle for the Sunday Million Bounty Builder Series Edition between Plato and Socrates?
That remains
That's
a
on the table?
possibility.
Now we got a show. This event's gotten philosophical. And Socrates going to start things off right away with a raise with this king-queen. Don't predict the action, Griffin. Don't predict the action. You never know. He's not always going to make it 160. Oh, yes.
Oh, that was a dramatic shift. Plato must have just... Yeah, Plato's obviously just lost a huge pot because now it's Bashov from Bulgaria who's got the chip lead with 9.9 million. Well, it's all kicking off on the other tables. Meanwhile...
Ooh. Tight fold from Bencott in the small blind. Not a situation you want to necessarily be making a habit of folding there, but, you know, Socrates is in pretty early position, only playing 23-ish bigs. Your range is kind of obvious when you call in the small blind there. What kind of hands do you have when you call in the small blind there? You have the king-queen suited, the king-jack suited, queen-jack suited. So, tight fold from Bencott. I think that the bounty number beside the gentleman or lady of $59 may be indicative of a tighter player, but that's a judgment we're making on a very small sample size. So, but those two things together might be someone that's trying to hang on. Ooh, cheeky check raise.
Making judgments on a small sample size is tight.
Their job. Bottom pair check raise. Real fun.
We have got Jack 10 versus Pocket 10s, blind v blind, frocks, and make me vision.
Yeah, all the 10s dealt in this hand. Frocks going with the, I would imagine, limp call. The hand flops so well, you never want to put too many chips in pre-flop and have to fold. So just going to check call. Doesn't get the board. And without a diamond on the board, this particular hand you got to let go.
Bless you, Raksha, for politely answering Rad Showtime's question. That's much kinder than I would have been. Because I'm an a-hole. We have got Queen 10 suited opening under the gun. Maka has got Ace King of the same suit in the big blind.
And, you know, it's sad to see, James, because their powers combined, they're such a beautiful pair, you know. They just need the Jack of Diamonds to make something so special, but instead they fight. The Ace King of Diamonds against the Queen 10 of Diamonds at war.
Can't be calling it off with Queen 10 here.
Royal synergy.
And artisanal sourdough for fishermen, opening to 160,000. Big boss with 10s. He's the boss, needs the info.
And the boss has about 22 big blinds with 10s. You're not loving shoving it in sort of under the gun, 2 against under the gun, but it is you know, it isn't full ring. It isn't nine-handed, like it shouldn't be, James. So you're going to want to mix in some calls here against this open, but definitely not any folds. But I don't know why when someone starts taking a long time, when the answers seem relatively obvious, you should put the chips in the pot. But for some reason, this individual likes to take their time. Does find the shove.
Psycho Sinatra, don't misquote me. Radshow Time, I'll respond to you. Actually, this hand's over. Radshow Time says, do you play at all, James? Yes, I do. And I play recreationally, mostly live. And what I said, and where I'm being misquoted by Psycho Sinatra, is I have no interest in playing for high stakes, for meaningful amounts of money, and have never had any interest in playing poker as a way of trying to make serious money. For me, it's a hobby. It's something that I will spend money I can afford to lose on, and I enjoy playing, and if I win, that's a bonus. I am the very definition of a recreational poker player, both in my attitude towards the game and my ability.
Yeah, he doesn't like, you know, playing for big money or anything like that, but he likes to watch it, so he gets his kicks, just like you at home.
Absolutely.
You love this stuff.
I don't like to do it myself. I like to watch other people do it.
And there is Vision going Blastoise on these punks. We've seen the 3-9 suited. We've seen the King 3 open. This guy's got a 3 in his hand. He's popping it up.
Blinds up to 50,000, 100,000. And we have 38 players remaining. And we have got plenty of short stacks in this field. Plenty of short stacks at this table. Maka opening with ace-7 of diamonds. Fisherman, 12 bigs. Any chance Fisherman shoves here with 5s, Griffin?
I think it's a great spot. I mean, and does it quite quickly, confidently. I think this is great. Not just because we can see the cards here, but the reality is Makarovich is the other most aggressive player on the table with the most amount of chips. Going to get a lot of raise folds from hands like this. And I think Fisherman recognized that perfectly. And it's never that easy to shove pocket 5s. As you do see the call because of the bounty equity and a 7 on the flop. Because it's always come at 7.
And that will be the KO of Fisherman 36. Maka up to 5.9 million. The table closes. So that means we are now down to 36. So we're going to go across to Will Aruda's table. Hell Zito all in here with Queen Jack against the jacks of no Fixito. Plus aces. Strawberries. No dice.
That money they're losing. Yes.
So Hell Zito KO'd by Bauru Zito. And we didn't really get to see much of Will Aruda this evening. But we did get to see Will's bust-out hand, which takes us down to 34 players.
Yeah, Battle of the Zitos has been won by Barazito and that weird avatar.
Bauru Zito.
What Bond film?
That's a popular record. It did very well on the hit parade, I believe, by Mr. Justin Bieber.
Who's your favorite comedian, James?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure I actually have one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, good point, John. Joe Stapleton.
Yeah, sorry, that was actually that was a test, and you passed. I don't know. I don't really like watch a lot of. I don't know any comedians. You know, I don't. Did you ever watch that? Do you see there was that British comedian who would always go on those shows with. He recently died. Do you know who I'm talking about? Probably about a month ago. No. I just figured you watch all these like British shows and stuff. Like
I don't.
He was.
Do you know what?
Okay.
I really, really hate all those panel shows. I really hate them with a passion.
Okay.
I don't watch a lot of stand-up. I don't watch a lot of comedy shows on British TV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just the reason I bring it up is because everyone was sort of like, oh, it was this guy that was regularly on one of these panel shows.
I think you're talking about Sean Locke.
Yeah. And there was one clip that he did that, man, it was so funny. It was some sort of game where he was kind of like, he pretended not to really understand how the game worked, and then like looking at an egg or something. It was just absolutely brilliant. I just thought of it. Thought maybe you'd know exactly what I was talking about. Carrot in a box. If Crit has swings, knows what I'm talking about.
Stuff Master says, thought for sure, James, you would say Cleese. I do love Monty Python still to this day. A lot of Monty Python stuff has stood up really well.
Don't ask me if I've seen any Monty Pythons, James.
Well, there we go. We can add those to the list, Griffin.
I watched the first 10 minutes of Holy Grail, and I thought it was pretty funny. But then I stopped and just continued living my life.
I would say if you're going to watch one Monty Python film, it has to be Life of Brian.
Life of Brian, yeah. Bit of a misstep here for Glue 77PS, but a similar scenario to what we've seen, where you see a chip leader opening, and you think that you're going to be out of range, and then you just happen to run into it. And
Glue found themselves in a sticky situation and is now out.
Question from Psycho Sinatra Attican saying, are you left or right-handed, Griffin? I'm left-handed. I am a part of the 15%?
I do find myself quoting.
I have. It was somewhere between okay and...
I'm with you on that one, Griffin. I'm with you on that one. Someone quoted the Spanish Inquisition sketch, which I do find myself quoting accidentally the whole time, because I am one of those people who will try to make a point and say three things and then find myself adding a fourth thing, a fifth thing, and a sixth thing, which is the premise of the, or one of the premises of the sketch.
You know what's really funny, DJC? I actually own the Grand. It's actually on my bookcase. I could go get it right now, because a friend of mine who was obsessed with that movie and knew that I was, in poker so deeply, got it for me for my birthday one year. He told me he'd always say, have you watched the Grand yet? You watched the Grand? I'm like, no, sorry, yeah, I'll get around to it. Finally, he just bought it for me. He's like, here, watch it.
Again, it's one of those movies which I hadn't seen, and decided to... We devoted an episode of the podcast to it, so I bought it on iTunes. And in the UK, it's called a Loser. So that's the version that lives in my iTunes library.
Why?
But the one thing I'll give it credit for,
So
and
weird.
we have seen 2 pair now for No Fixito on the river. The one thing it has going for it, and the one thing which I did not give it credit for until I saw it, No Fixito isn't folding this river, surely.
No, he's thinking about whether to shove.
No.
They are, right?
I always praised the fact that in the first Jack Reacher movie, they cast Werner Herzog as a villain. And I thought that was the first time that Werner Herzog had played a role in a movie. And then I saw The Grand and realized that Werner Herzog is cast in that as the villain, as the kind of European villain of the film. And it's like, okay, I'll give them credit for that. They got there before Jack Reacher. Because that's great casting. If you want someone to play a sinister character in your movie, Werner Herzog is the way to go.
I actually first heard about the Grand because there's this very kind of throwaway joke in that movie about where Raymond, everybody loves Raymond, that guy. Why am I forgetting his name?
Ray Romano?
Ray Romano, pardon me, yeah. Where he says something about his fantasy football team called the Strawberry Seahorses. And I played fantasy baseball with a guy for years. His name was Strawberry Seahorses, and I had no idea what the reference was. And then I watched the Grand 10 years later, and he said that. I'm like, oh my god, it's a Grand reference. That's so niche.
So Shifo all in. Whew. I mean, the bounty's only $261. It's on the lower side. Ace-7 of diamonds, 200k invested, another $1 million to call. Yeah, and you're right. Ace high's ahead, way ahead now. And Shifo drawing dead on the turn is KO'd.
And that's what's so interesting about these KO formats, especially the, bounty builder ones, is that, it's nice when you think you're finding a spot that you can get a light shove through over an open because you expect your opponent who has $6.5 million to be raising as wide as, normally maybe fold something like Ace-7 suited for 13 bigs. But when there's the bounty involved, and there was a weird little dynamic too where, the Queen-10 guy, person that just bluffed very unsuccessfully against Noff Zito. I think that's maybe a spot with Queen-10 off you need to pass on. If you think you're getting called by most aces, you're just getting it in bad. And Ace-7 suited, Zito decided was a bit too good to let go, and adds to the chip stack and the bounty total.
So Maka has flopped a full house here. Sometimes Kojak has its uses and its value.
Yeah, and you can't fault Makarovich for checking this back. We, of course, can see Limkosa does have a king and would have continued on the flop happily, but so unlikely that your opponent has a king or a jack here. So wants to give Limkosa some opportunities to improve in the case of, not having a king. I like this size for Makarovich. You don't want to bet too big here. You want to tempt a hand like, maybe 9-10 with the 9 of hearts to continue, even though that hand is drawing dead. Every hand is pretty much drawing dead. And that's actually a bad card for Makarovich, who probably, in their position right now, is thinking this is a good card, going to complete that flush. Limkosa could have any heart here and might be willing to call, but not the case.
Bet of 1.5 million. Overbets the pot. Tries to make it look polarizing.
Yep, well said. And quick fold.
So just a quick update on who the current chip leader is. We have our first player to cross the 10 million mark. It is Shame UL, who plays from Russia, who leads right now with a stack of 11 million. Ricardons is still in the top 10. Clearly, we've got a couple of players at this feature table who are in the top 5. No Fix Zito playing 7.5 million, and Bauru Zito, it's all of the Zitos tonight with 6.7 million. At least now, Griffin, after that extended conversation we had a few weeks back, if we reference Kojak now, you know exactly what we're talking about, you know who we're talking about, and you know where they rank in the list of most popular TV characters as surveyed in 1999.
Makarovich getting some momentum on this new table. Acey Deucey. Never Lucy.
I thought that G-Dor would just occasionally just quote a Monty Python sketch. Sam Peckinpah's salad days. That was a good one. But again, in order for the gag to work, people need to know the movies of Sam Peckinpah. And as we established, I think it was on last week's stream, Joe's never seen a Sam Peckinpah movie. Griffin.
What? I have no idea who Sam Peckinpah is. That name sounds made up. As a matter of fact, I feel like you're just doing a bit on me right now.
Have you heard of a film called The Wild Bunch?
Yeah, but I don't
Pat
know.
Garrett and Billy the Kid. Straw Dogs. Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. These are all Sam Peckinpah films.
Can you say Sam Peckinpah 5 times fast? Or just Peckinpah?
Probably not.
Peckinpah, 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 Peckinpah.
Well, there you go, social media. There's your clip to tease next week's stream.
Ooh, Maezu. Loving this. You know, you got 4.5 bigs. You're probably deepest you've ever been in the Sunday Million. You're thinking, this is it. It's over. Then you get a nice ace-queen at the cutoff, and you're thinking, oh, this hand's great. I'm going to get it all in good. And then guess what? You lose a flip to pocket fours, and you go home. And all of us, we get a kick out of it.
And that is going to be the elimination of Maezu, boxed by Griffin Benger and KO'd in 30th place. So we are going on break with 29 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million, a special edition of the tournament, part of the Bounty Builder series, $109 PKO. And from nearly 12,000 total entries, we are down to fewer than 30 players now. And as we go on break, it is Shamuel from Russia, who still sits in the top spot and has increased their chip lead, 12.68 million. And we are going to welcome Joe Stapleton back as we go on break. I am acutely aware of the fact, Griffin, that I'm chastising you for films you haven't seen. Tell us about what you have seen recently. What have you been doing in recent weeks? Where have you been? What have you done? What have you read? What have you played? Tell us about your life.
Ooh, okay. Well, I'm reading a great book called Project Hail Mary, which is from the same writer as The Martian. It was recommended to me a couple weekends ago by one of my brother's friends, actually. And I love it. It's amazing. It's a great book. I really recommend it. It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's quite like it can be quite sciencey, but it's done in such a way that, like, even though I don't know anything about science and I'm kind of dumb, it's, you know, because it's like happening in space and sort of stuff. It makes me feel like I kind of understand it. Like the experiments he does to find out. It's just, it makes me feel smart, and I really enjoy that. It's kind of like a save the Earth sort of situation. There's a big event happening. It's very
has it been optioned? Because it sounds like, you know,
sure.
prime material for a movie. And if the
Definitely.
Martian was turned into a very good film, this surely is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, the reviews are pretty
Hollywood
amazing for it. It was like, you know, 4.55 out of 5 on Goodreads, which is. Once I saw that as well, okay, I'm going to read this. So I've been reading that. But I don't know if it's been optioned. I should look that up. What have I been playing? I've been finally playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I've been really enjoying. That's been great. Joe, did you play that? Did either of you play that?
I haven't played.
Was never an
any of
RPG
the Final
guy.
Fantasy games.
Dude, directed by Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, starring Ryan Gosling. Project Hail Mary. On IMDb.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Wow, that's awesome. Wow, that's really.
When you asked it had been optioned, I'm like,
excited.
of course it's been optioned. Of course, like
Yeah, you just knew.
that's
like,
all they're
yeah.
making these days is stuff that's already established, you know, IP. Like that's it. Of course, this person, The Martian, was a huge hit. Of course, their other books are all optioned.
Yeah, I should look up some more of them anyways. What have I watched? I watched about half of Squid Game. I really like it, but then I've been away from my girlfriend, and she wants to start watching it, so I've stopped watching it to catch up with her. Please don't spoil it in the chat. Have you been watching that?
I haven't seen a single episode. Look, I really want to watch it. I've heard great things about it, but I've been, for some reason, well, I've explained the reasons. I've been going down this rabbit hole of watching old movies, and I've just finished watching JFK again over 3 consecutive nights. So Squid Game is next on the list after I rewatch Children of Men, because I want to watch that again. Mainly because I look outside my window and think, wow, my world looks a lot like the movie Children of Men right now, and you really need to see that again.
Nice. Yeah, I've only watched that, I think, twice, and I think it's a movie that deserves, you know, maybe every few years.
It's a great movie, and
10 out of 10.
For the avoidance of doubt,
Yeah.
You don't want the country you live in to look like Children of Men, but sometimes you can't escape reality, so you may as well kind of just
lean into
dive headfirst in. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
well said. I saw Shang-Chi. I really liked that. I watched one of the Nixon documentaries about the cult, which found quite fascinating and bit.
That's my hometown, Griffin. That's all taking place where I live.
Yeah, well, I was a
Clifton
big
Park,
Smallville fan in the early seasons, so that was like my connection to the thing was seeing Allison Mack and she played Chloe on Smallville, so that was pretty harrowing to watch that whole thing, and it's an interesting. I mean, it's really. I watched Seduced, the one of the 2 documentaries of that. So, yeah,
that's the Stars one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess, Joe, that we'll do our usual kind of run-through of everything you've watched in the last week when we record the podcast on Wednesday. So I guess we don't want to sort of spoil that now. But I did tease last week that I was going to watch JFK. I did rewatch JFK, and it's still a great movie. And I don't think you've seen it, right?
I've not seen JFK, no. I did a 3-movie Saturday night that we're going to talk about on the podcast this Wednesday, so...
Okay, I look forward to hearing about that. Well, look, I'm going to take a break from the booth. I'm going to leave you as the players return from break in the company of Mr. Griffin Benger and Mr. Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Welcome back. Here we go. Cards in the virtual air, in the e-air. Easy black down to 29 in the e-air. Down to 29. Players out of the 11,991 total entries in this field. No FX Ito. You know, the
Silac with the Rays.
The bassist from NoFX is a friend of a friend. Comes over occasionally. He kind of cheated at the Family Feud at my house, and he's not really welcome back here.
Who?
See this name here says NoFX Ito. A member of the band NoFX has been to my home before. And
Gotcha.
We played Family Feud, and he kind of did the thing where, like, when it's an individual person's turn, he was, like, shouting out answers. And so I was like, it's not the team portion of the game. It's not the team portion right now.
Yeah.
And then he started whispering answers during the non-team portion of the game. And both of those things, those 2 strikes, and then the 3rd strike was when someone on his team gave an answer he didn't love. He like poo-pooed them. He was like, oh! And everyone knows the number 1 rule of Family Feud is that you have to be supportive of your team's answers no matter how stupid they are.
Yeah.
You got to go, great answer, good answer, good answer. All right, re-raise here from Lemkosa. Big slick energy.
2 hands that are probably not going to want to find a continue here. I mean, we could see a call here. The raise is only 3.5x, but you're in dangerous territory continuing here, even in position. Yeah, he sounds like the character in the I Think You Should Leave sketch, the Roy Dog
a little bit
name drop.
Jazz legend.
Jazz
Roy
legend.
Dog.
Yeah.
I just burned my lips on this flaming hot gazpacho.
Yeah. I've got to see more of that guy's stuff. I think he has some sort of show that he's done. That's
Tim Robinson has an episode
Tim
of
Robinson.
Oh,
Stop.
sorry.
I'm obsessed with Tim Robinson. I mean the guy.
You mean
playing...
Tim Heidecker?
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Wait,
that's his
you
name,
don't
right?
know
The guy from
of Tim Heidecker's work prior to I Think You
No.
Should Leave?
No.
Oh my God. Oh, Griffin.
Yeah.
I mean,
do I have a big catalog here?
jeepers. Oh, so much.
Yeah.
Open here for Barazito. Jack 10. Yeah, no, he's
hysterical.
6 seasons of the Tim and Eric Awesome Show. Great job. 5 seasons of On Cinema, At the Cinema. Tim and Eric's Bedtime Stories. What was the other one he did where he played the action star? I mean, boy, you've got a lot.
Where do I start?
You've got a whole. Tom Goes to the Mayor. That's right. I don't know if you should start Tom Goes to the Mayor or not because that can be a little dense, but Tim and Eric Awesome Show, great job, is probably the best place to start.
Okay, it's a sketch show?
Yeah. Jack 10, a little semi-bluff there with the gut shot. And we've got easy lack with ace-A off. Coutinho.
What have
Jack 10.
What have you been watching
opening.
lately? As Coutinho
I've been watching a
through.
show that I've been sleeping on for a while, and someone finally made me watch it, called The Other Two. About
that sounds familiar. Yeah.
There's a shove from Milanov gets through. About the two less famous siblings of like a young YouTube sensation.
Okay, yeah.
Very, very funny show. Ace Jack from No FX Ito.
Oh, it's like an
position.
SNL offshoot kind of thing. Well, a little bit writers from it. Molly Shannon. She's incredible.
So we got a pair of sevens here for Barzito. That's the best hand. No FX with a lot of outs. That's one of them on a turn.
Oh, yeah.
And I got a bone to pick with a Hollywood guy. And this should be lights out for Barzito.
So what, there were 3
Come on, you get
Zitos in the final 40 in this tournament? There was Hell Zito, there's Barazito, there's No FX Zito.
Seems to be a popular suffix.
And we still have the
certain
Socrates
cultures.
versus Plato narrative, right? Socrates is still in there?
Yep. 25th in chips out of the 29 remaining.
Ooh,
Plato
such
16th.
a juicy little spot for a double for Coutinho. You know, someone raises under the gun 1. You're only playing 7-handed, and you have 2 10s in the big blind, and the guy only has 15 bigs. What are you doing, Joe? Because I'm going all in. And guess what? I'd run into jacks. And guess one more thing. Makarovich is folding a 10. So we officially are on 1 out watch. Look, same suits and everything. 1 out watch. 1 out watch. Double up.
No one-outer for lacking in 10s there. Coutinho doubles up to 4.3 million. Oh, there's nothing wrong with a Hollywood guy. It's just that I have 3 stand-up shows in North Hollywood this week, and he should be able to make it to one of them. That's all I'm going to say. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Barazito raises from the button. Easy lack with an easy shove from the small blind.
You have been telling me that you were hoping that a Hollywood guy would show up to one of your shows to get your big break.
Exactly.
This is the guy.
That's the only reason I'm doing it, in case a Hollywood guy comes.
Yeah.
So can I tell you a funny thing about North Hollywood, Griffin, where I have 3 shows this week upcoming? Pocket Kings for No FX Ito. We'll pause the story if things get out of control here.
Is it every show you ever do, you leave 2 tickets with my name on them and I never come pick them up?
Aw, ever since you sent me funeral flowers to one of my shows, I try to be prepared.
Oh, my God, I remember that.
Top pair for Coutinho. We'll stick with the action on this hand, because Coutinho could be in a big old trouble here, depending on how attached they get to top pair.
Yeah, I think when you're this deep stacked here, you got to play this quite slow. That's the kind of turn card that could create a scenario where you only lose 1 street. No Afixito might not want to get check raised on this turn card. You might just want to check and then get some value on the river somewhere in the realm of, 50% to 80% pot targeting jacks. But Coutinho might bet here now for sort of block value. Doesn't do that. So now Noah Vixito is going to feel really good about targeting that jack. But the question is, Joe, how much? And it's just under 500K, which will get quickly called.
Got him.
Could have got a bit more, but it's the kind of size you want to make sure you get over that 8 million mark.
Yeah, no FXito, 8.3 million, second in chips. Dot Shame still at the top of the leaderboard. Yes, G-Daw, to answer your question, North Hollywood is kind of like North Vegas. Now, when you're like a a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed college graduate. You're looking to move to L.A., looking to make your dreams come true in Hollywood, and you go online and you start looking at rent prices in Hollywood, and you're like, man, these are pretty high, these rent prices. Then you look at rent prices in North Hollywood, and you're like, oh, it's just the north part of Hollywood, and rent's like way less. Well, North Hollywood is like 4 miles from Hollywood, and it's much further into the valley, and is a much different situation entirely. It's a huge scam. I don't know how they got away with that, but it's pretty funny.
But think how much rent you saved.
Right, exactly. With your 2-hour commute into Hollywood every day. We got the old gutter ball semi-bluff here from Milanov.
Yeah, looks like it's going to work. You know, your opponent really has to have something like a queen or an 8 to continue there, or an overpair. Well played from Milanov. Those are the kind of moves that really add up, you know, in the final few tables of a massive tournament like this 109 Sunday Million Bounty Builder Series Edition - Day 2. Play responsibly. 18+.
No FXito on the button. Jack 5. Will they take it? Will they take this spot? Going to run into 2 better hands. Does not take the position raise. Nico to clubs wants to know why it's called a Sunday Million on a Monday. I can't even believe it. How have we made this mistake for so long? How have
what
we?
Day is it today?
It's weird, right?
Wait. It says Sunday Million up in the corner, but 1 second. I'm doing some calculations here.
Top
Joe,
pair
it's
on
Monday.
the turn for Milanov. I know, it's nuts. I don't know how we've, like, Nico to clubs must be the smartest person in the world to have noticed what all of us have missed for nearly a year now.
Joe, you know what? I saw the same person right in the chat earlier. I couldn't really believe it. I didn't understand, but said, couldn't the players just go and watch the stream right now? And I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that I think about it, the players on this table could be seeing the cards. And it's Monday!
There's just so much going on. So much going on.
Aces versus queens. Unfair to NoFX, but things have been going pretty well for you. So maybe you need to just be taken down a peg and we all get to watch. Going to be risking about half, less than half, 45% of your stack here with the 2 queens. 1 queen has been folded. And it should be a quick call.
Lemkos all in, 3 clubs on the flop. Things
that's a good
really
card for you.
Good. Woo. Double up Lemkos. No FXito. Slashed in half.
Ooh, Plato's here. Okay, we need Socrates to get on this table. I want a straight-up war of words. They have not matched up since Rap Battles of History on YouTube 4.5 years ago.
Oh, man, those are so bad. I couldn't believe anybody ever liked those.
But I'm glad they existed just for that joke. It was all worth it in the end. 9s and 10s, ace, queen, just people with weapons. But I think they all might play them passively. Nah. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, buddy.
Sorry, I really needed to sneeze. If it comes, I'll let you know. Ooh.
It is always coming sneezing.
Yeah, I like the way that Plato and Dark Skies are playing these hands. No need to get weird. Dark Skies. Gonna think that there's some traps in Plato's range. You don't really want to get it in with anyone. And Coutinho.
Ace fly hop.
Flops best.
7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 10. 3 3-card straights.
The count counter, the card counter, ladies and gentlemen, in theaters now.
That's right. In theaters and on premium VOD now. You can just rent it.
Yeah.
I think you have to buy it,
I mean,
actually.
I know you do the premium thing sometimes. I just can't. I can never click the buy. I only did it for, like Mulan, I think.
Black Widow? You didn't do it for Black Widow?
No, I went to see Black Widow in the theaters.
Ugh.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was all right. I mean, whatever. It was okay. There was no Shang-Chi.
It was definitely no Shang-Chi. You know what I really liked about Shang-Chi is that it was an origin story without being told in the same tired origin story format.
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah.
We start off with him being able to punch and kick and stuff and didn't have to, like, watch his entire training and childhood, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, one of my...
Lemkos, yeah.
Yeah, this is... Oh, just the call. I mean, this is a mistake, I think, from Lemkos. You got to kind of be comfortable enough to get it in, I think, here at this stack depth. Yeah, I'm a real sucker for secret badass storytelling, like where there's a scenario where there's like, you know, nobody knows that someone's a badass except the badass, and then like some events lead to them having to reveal that they're actually like a badass. You know, like in freaking, you know, John Wick or Nobody. That kind of, there's a bit elements of that too, like, you know, on the bus in Nobody, or like I really love the bus scene.
Or on the bus in Shang-Chi, or on the bus in Spider-Man.
Yeah, yeah. If you're on a bus and nobody knows how awesome you are, like, you have my...
That's the place to show money. It off, yeah.
Yeah. I want a moving vehicle.
Coutinho betting top pair. On the bus and speed, there you go, John Delano.
So I did know Facebook went down many hours ago, right before we started our day. What's going on? I know WhatsApp was down. Is it just a standard, like,
all the Facebook related products? So WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook are all down right now.
Mm-hmm.
The check back on the flop maybe is going to get Coutinho another bet here. It looks like Nine's thinking about it. Nope.
Nice pot for Coutinho there. I'm kind of annoyed that
it is
that we're working today. I feel like we're not like learning anything, you know? Like we're not getting a break. We're not like craving because we have to do this. I'm not, you know, everyone else
is
like
we're not getting the Do you remember at the end of the cable
I'm not feeling the absence, you know? It's just
when they knock out the cable for the entire city, and then Kyle Gass just looks over and picks up a book. Because
I don't remember that, but the fact that it's Kyle Gass as well is like such a treat. I love that. I recently rewatched Pick a Destiny. It's really funny.
I did not care for it at the time, but you're the second person who said they recently rewatched it and liked it. Yeah. So maybe I just was in a bad mood or something.
Maybe. I mean, you got to ask yourself how many times have you gone back and revisited a movie and thought it was way better than you remembered? I guess.
Sometimes.
It happens.
Every once in a while.
It does happen. Yeah, it happens for sure. Yeah, I rewatched
Dark Skies
Moneyball recently. And I always liked Moneyball, but I was just like, I thought it was just like a like, and then I watched it again. I'm like, oh, I love this movie. Nice bet from Milanov. 88-8.
I thought we might stick around. Yeah, I think it might be interesting if it's pretty weird because last night there was a Facebook whistleblower on 60 Minutes who aired a bunch of the dirty laundry about Facebook and about how they're very well aware of all of the bad things that their site causes, but they don't want to give up the money involved with it.
I mean, we all assumed that,
and then today it's down. But now it's down today, the day after all that aired, which is kind of interesting coincidence.
Someone mentioned a Jet Li movie on Twitch. I saw Romeo Must Die just hit Netflix. I think I'm alone.
I loved
Wait, no,
Romeo Must Die at the time.
Kiss of the Dragon was the one that I loved.
Oh, that one I don't know.
Ooh, you gotta watch Kiss of the Dragon, man.
We got a shove
Jet Li
Play-Doh.
movie is awesome. Gonna get through.
Down
Damn,
to
you should give Romeo Must
26
Die a
players.
chance. Play-Doh gonna be tempted to open here with 21 big blinds and the 9-10 suited. I know Sam Grafton, if he was in his ear. Oh, Sam would be outraged. Bruv. Mate.
Dark Skies with Ace Jack. Probably going to get through, I think.
Mate, you're
I
at the
don't know.
hijack.
Queen 5.
10-9 of diamonds. And you don't bloody raise. Okay, that's just getting to generic British guy. Check your
It doesn't
British,
get more
bruv.
generically British than Sam Grafton.
Dark Skies have been getting involved, but this is one of those awkward kind of spots, right, Joe? It's like you have something like Ace 10, you're in position, but you're seeing a raise in early position. You know, you're kind of you're quite behind the value range of the opener. If you were suited, you would play. You don't really want to 3-bet this hand that often, and it's kind of weird to play as a call, so I think it's good fold. Really, it's tight fold. It's sort of the last notch you think of folding here. You know, Ace-Jack, you probably continue. So good work from the Skies the Duck and letting it go.
Kings do continue. Top pair for Barazito. Going to be tough to get away from right now. And that is a straight E card. Spady as well.
And I think this scenario a little bit different for, and a nice cheeky 30% lead from Barazito. I kind of like this because you're really kind of setting the price here instead of, dealing with some $1 million barrel. Sometimes you even get value from a hand like Ace Queen with a spade, Ace King with a spade. Your band 3D remarks on Twitch as Lemko considers a bet but doesn't and wins the 2.4 million chip pot. Can't wait for season 3 of The Boys. My brother auditioned for a role in The Boys for season 3. Unfortunately, did not get it. But it was for a very exciting scene that I can't tell you about.
Because he's not supposed to have told you about it.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I read lines.
Makarovic.
So.
Pocket Kings. The Clangers.
King Kong. Plato, don't you do it. You know your war is not with Makarovich. It's with Socrates.
No effects with the Ace King raising. Lemkos in the small with King 10 suited.
Yeah, a bit similar to a spot we saw a little while ago, a couple tables ago, really. The true diehards who've been watching every hand will remember there was a King Jack suited spot similar to this one, where the $59 bounty player decided to fold King Jack suited. This time Lemko was like, you know what? I got a bit too many chips. I'm going to call and just flop gin. Flop gin.
Second up flush draw for Lemkos. Coutinho with not really anything here. Ace King, the pre-flop betting lead.
And those are some good numbers, aren't they, Joe?
Trip
83
10s?
to
Wow.
8 and 8%. Why don't we make it a hundo?
Yeah.
Interesting to see another check from Lemkos. You'd think maybe would want to start betting to get calls from Coutinho in the big blind with something like, 7, 8, or what have you. But actually induces a bluff, which is quite brilliant. Because Coutinho recognizes that, okay, there's the aggressor that hasn't shown any interest on this flop. There's the small blind that's checked again on the turn, probably going to have something like hands like king, queen, king, jack, maybe something like ace, jack. So I'm going to bet because this is my texture in the big blind here. So got 400,000 from a stone cold queen 4 offsuit bluff.
No effectsito, folds queen 9, suited queen 9, offsuit for Milanov, jack 7 for Makarovich, and there we're going to see the raise. And this might be a raise and take it situation, and guess what?
Yup.
Switching!
Switching!
Easy lack at this table. Dot shame. Tournament daddy.
Wow.
Biggest bounty. Most chips. Has
Damn,
already
Daniel,
won
you're calling with 7 deuce suited?
$1,000 and hits a 7. Not going to be good enough to beat these 10s.
Damn, Daniel.
Oh,
You
boy.
got it in bad because you called with 7 deuce suited, Daniel. Damn, Daniel.
Oh, no.
No.
Got him with the hammer. 7 deuce.
I need a warm blanket.
The 7
Damn.
deuce rule in effect. Easy dot lack.
Damn.
Lacks dot chips. Bounty delivered to damn 4666.
See, it's fun to say when you do it in the Daniel voice. Damn, Daniel.
There's a damn Daniel joke in the first episode of the other two.
Okay. Joe, that's
Glitch
all
in the
you had to
Matrix.
say. I know what I'm watching tonight.
So is this a gobble gutter? A gobble gutter? Gobble gobble? Gobble gutter? Gobble dutter?
It's a gobble dutter, yes.
A gobble dutter versus
Gobble
what
dutter.
was top pair. Back at it again with the 7 deuce. That's right, Al Lanting.
Gobble dutter here, gobble dutter, gobble dutter, gobble dutter. Wait, it's not even a gobble dutter. It's just
It's
literally
not?
a gutter.
2, 3,
No,
4, 5, just a regular gutter.
Where's the 3? You're counting.
3 is the one I was.
Oh yeah.
Three's
You
what
know,
they
you need
need.
the 8, 6, 4 there. Gobble dutter, gobble dutter.
Well,
You know what they
sorry.
say? Gobble dutter gets you the butter. I just made that up. It's not a thing. You guys
I'll
can
take
make
it.
a thing if you want.
8s are good. Are we going to get the 5 high bluff? I think we are. You don't want to show down 5 high.
No, you don't.
Ah,
Well,
you
this
do.
guy does.
You do. Damn, up over 12 million now. Second in chips. I would love to see a huge, unnecessary, disgusting pop between shame and damn.
That would be
Down
a
to
damn
21
shame.
players. That would be a damn shame. Lol.
That's going to be it for me tonight, guys.
Lemkos. Nope. Damn. Nope. Bashov. Nope. It's shame. Makes it pretty big. It's a pretty big race. It's a pretty big race.
But make
Give-
me
give me
vision
that
is no
big blind.
slouch. It's no slouch. He's or they are very willing to battle. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic, I think. And what's even going to be more of an interesting dynamic is these 4 very playable hands and a scenario where we might see 4 ways to the flop. No! You got to ruin everything.
You knew Shame was going to do
What a
that.
shame.
Mr. Jamsons asks, next ladder? Yes, thank you for your question. There is another ladder.
Joe, What have I
Yeah.
told you about, you know, with you and your prophecies? You know, you say I would love to see Dam and Shane battle, and here they are with a 3.3 million chip pot. There is more chips in this pot than more than half the players on the table, and that you did that.
Shame picks up a good one after flopping a better pair than tens. Luckily, no one had an ace. Lemkos does, though. Ace-queen. Should get through.
What platform is the other two on? Watch now on YouTube for $1.99 an episode.
Do you have HBO Max in Canada?
Like, yes and no. Like, we have some of the stuff. It's just like, it's weird. Whatever the hand-me-downs, whatever they'll give us. Like, it's like, you know, like we have Justice League and like, but I feel like there's some things we're not getting. I mean, I'm gonna look for it.
So the way it works here is that on HBO Max, you basically get a lot of Comedy Central's catalog.
Okay, I
And
might
that's
have
why
something
it's-
that might have. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna look into it. Yeah.
Because the first season of it was on Comedy Central, and then there was like a 2-year gap, and then the second season of it was on HBO Max original.
So this is right away. We
Oh,
gotta
boy.
get into this because this is
Shane
not,
is about to pick up another
this is
bounty
not
as
fair.
long as these
It's
aces
not
hold.
Fair.
And
How do you just
they
have this many
do.
chips?
F Rocks is F'd. Put the F in chat for F Rocks, eliminated in 21st place. Just $1,500, and that's another $1,000 on the bounty of Shame UL, who's now made over 8,000 total in bounties.
Yep,
Let's go.
it's on-
Let's get another one.
It's on Crave.
There you go.
I got it.
Too good to be true. All in with sixes. Come on, Shame. Just snap this off. Please. Yes!
Shame,
It hits a
shame,
king,
shame,
but hearts.
Shame.
Hearts miss.
No hearts, baby.
And Shame eliminates Too Good to Be True in 20th place. Back-to-back bounties. Shame adds another 500. This is awesome.
Shame hasn't looked this good since Michael Fassbender's nude scene in the movie Shame.
Okay. Ace Jack still out in front. After this 10-8 tray, 2-spade flop. Does anyone have a pair yet? Anything? Just Ace Jack still, too? But it don't matter. Come on, Plato, make him look like a jerk with the 7 deuce. Nope, not going to happen. The Shamemeister, Shaminator, making knockouts. That's from Phil Collins. Thank you, Phil.
The Shaman. Like a shaman.
I got it. I got it.
I know. I just like explaining it and making you say I got it.
Wow, just called it off with 7-4.
Oh my god.
Misses this time, though. Doubles up Plato.
Wow.
Shame experiencing a little bit of positive tilt
Yeah. That was a bit much.
in the big blind there.
But it's also a $1,000 bounty, and it was 10 big blinds. And look, I mean,
Oh,
look,
yes.
he's just, let's go.
I mean, he lost the 60-40 that time, or the 40-60. You don't lose 2 of those in a row.
I don't believe in prize money. I only believe in the bounties.
That's right.
I want to see it next to my cartoon cat. I want to know
There's
how
a
much.
reason. There's a reason why it's called a bounty tournament and not a prize pool turn. I don't know. King. That's the best hand for Lemkos. They ain't going to stop Shame, who is now open-ended.
Yes, I will make the nuts and add to my bounty.
I like this character.
May the bounty
I
be
think you should do this
plentiful.
for sure. $1 million. $1 million is the bet, Lemkos. I mean, I think you just fold now because we all know there's going to be a straight card on the river.
Is it the 4 or the 9? I'll take the 9. No, oh my God, the 4 is the 9. I'll take 9.
Oh.
One more barrel. One more barrel. One more barrel. Why dot shame UL? Do you think shame UL was taken? Good check.
Maybe. Good check indeed. Yeah, I don't know.
Vision, great
know why the
opportunity
dot.
here. 17 big blinds. Question is, do you want to raise or shove? And there is your answer, loyal viewers.
Decent bounty. $1,500. No calls. Ace King for Plato. I remember as a kid thinking that it wasn't fair that there was some old Greek guy named Plato when I just wanted people to be talking about the toy. I'd get excited. No, not the old Greek philosopher, the stuff.
What, the dough that you play with? Is that what they say?
Play-Doh. Just call the other guy Plato.
Yeah.
Shame opening this pot with Queen Jack off. Plato's in with 68, but pretty much whiffs.
More like 86. Have you ever been 86 from somewhere? Yeah, that's when you get banned from a place, right?
Yeah, I've been 86 from a place or two.
Oh my gosh, Plato's going for it. Shame, shame, shame. Does they believe? Nice hand from Plato.
I feel like
That's brave.
Shame's
man.
got enough.
You're defending. Yeah, you're defending under the gun raise, but big blind. 8-6 off. You check raise the ace 7-3. I mean, that's stuff that we need to be doing more. You know, creating pots like that. When was the last time some of you checked raise 8-6 high on an ace 7-3 board from the big blind for an under the gun raise? Joe, when? I don't even remember the last time I did something like that.
I can promise you
We
they
gotta
had
do
ace
that
7
stuff.
when I did it. What a table
We
here.
gotta do that stuff.
What a
That's how
table
you
with,
get-
ace,
that's
with
how you do.
Shame.
That's how you do it.
Bashov, you're ahead.
Wow. Did Shame just shove the 25-6 big blinds there with
Yeah.
5-4 off? Let's go. Shame
No,
doesn't care.
This Shame. Is that avatar a cat or is it the honey badger?
For Honey Badger
Because
from
the
what?
honey badger don't give up from the internet. Griffin, don't leave me hanging here. You don't know what the honey badger is?
Oh, yeah. It was, there's a song or something, right? What's the Honey Badger thing again? Just
It's
explain
a
it. You don't
little-
need to be so disappointed.
It's an
I forgot
animal
the name.
video
Yeah.
of a honey badger being very badass and not giving an F. Honey badger don't
Right.
care. Honey badger don't give up.
Yeah.
That's
you can swear
nasty.
on
That's
this
right.
show.
That was in there too.
And look at Shame just... I'll be honest with you. I'm starting to think that the name is a bit of a red herring because he plays with no shame. Let's be honest. This is just like, you've clearly shown that you're willing to shove anything and call anything off, and then it's 9-9, King 9, and you min-bet the turn. Like, I'm sitting there with ace high, and I'm like, okay, or sixes. I'm calling. Like, this is just such a poor bluff. I understand it's just like for one chip, but like the guy's limping. He's not folding. Like, what are you doing? Don't give away your chips. You have so many. Chill out. So, the double-edged sword of extreme aggression.
It's the long game, Griff. That's all. It's the long game.
$10 says he opens up this deuce 6 suited.
Okay, I agree. We both
You
win.
agree to the bet. That's what that means. No. I offered you a bet, and you said I agree. That's like saying I agree to the terms.
Yeah,
You owe me
I win.
$10.
You owe
No.
me $10.
Wait. Oh my God! I think
Double
I
or
do.
nothing. He bets the flop.
That's actually okay. I'll take it. Oh, you owe me. Wait, I owe you $20.
No,
How does this work?
No,
I think we're
no,
even.
no.
Can
I'll
you
call
tell
it.
that we live in the gambling world, the two of us? We have no idea how to bet. This is what the pandemic's done to us.
I still don't know what a spread is.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh, 7 on the turn. Not the card
That's a
they were
nice
looking
card
for, but
damn.
yeah, good for
Whoa.
the win at
Can
Showdown.
we talk
if we
about
get
how
there.
damn Daniel has 7 deuce suited again? Of the exact same suit?
Oh, right.
And we're too busy
You're right.
worrying about Shame's nonsense? Damn, Daniel, 7 deuce of hearts again? And you turn the 7, always coming 7? And you river
And it makes the flush.
flush against a straight? Joe, Magnivision just also made a straight. Magnivision is betting
Oh,
and
my
has less
goodness.
than pot left. 7
Oh, my
deuce
goodness.
suited of hearts, tattoo it on your arm. Damn, Daniel.
Damn, Daniel. Back at
Damn,
it again
Daniel.
with the 7
Back
deuce.
at it again with a 7 deuce of hearts. Let's go. Let's go.
And do you want to put the rest in? Good
Oh,
fold.
he
Good fold.
He folds the 6 bigs. He knows it's a flush every time. And now going to get an opportunity against the VPIP 90 of Shameul. Shameul.
Good game, Make Me Vision. Nice play with it. Oh, we got a
Pretty
set of
hard to
10
lose to
somehow.
that.
Double up. And another
15
solid
big
hand
ones
here.
now.
Jack
Can I
King.
have some all in? This is the less funny version of Jack King, though.
Yeah, Jack King suited.
Doesn't roll off the tongue like Jack King.
Offsuit.
Suited. Yeah. Off
7 deuce suited again here. Seeing this hand a fair amount.
Yeah, and the question is, does Plato, I mean, we've seen is capable of check raising on boards like this, but doesn't this time. So a bit of a 7 deuce suited theme here on this table with just 19 people remaining. I ordered Indian food last night, Joe. It's delicious. Got some butter chicken. But I didn't finish the butter chicken sauce. So I put it in the fridge. And this morning I made eggs, scrambled eggs, and I put the butter chicken sauce on the scrambled eggs. And it was a revelation. Just wanted to
Indian
share.
food. Tika's all my boxes. Both players with a 7 here. And it's Shame who is taking the more aggressive line. Uh-oh. Twoper for Plato. Shame drawing dead.
It's never
Yeah,
stopped him
Shane's gonna
before,
put the rest
Joe.
in here. Oh, somehow lays up. This guy wrote Lamb, Rogan, Josh for the win. It's Joe Rogan, not Josh Rogan. Or do you mean Seth Rogen? Plato betting 1.4 million. Come on, Shame. You're not a caller. You're a raiser. But don't do either of those things.
I mean, he's just thinking this guy has king 3 of diamonds or something and makes the call with the 7 deuce. The 7 deuces on this table are out of control. I don't know who's working the controls back there today, but a lot of worst hand in pokers going on. Throwing some suits on him every once in a while, cleaning him up, you know? Not any dirty club spade, this and that. You're suiting a couple of them up. But it's a lot of 7 deuces.
The hammer. And another
We're keeping an eye
raise from Shame. Finally wins a pot. By the way, Shame must have dropped down out of the top spot now after these last couple of hands. No, still first in chips. Damn, still second.
Yeah, they have a significant amount of more chips than everyone else, but it has been a bit of a stumble since absolute supremacy from Shane UL. Definitely playing a bit too reckless, but hey, one of those things too, you know, to cut through a field like this, whatever style you've been using up to this point, you feel very vindicated in being here and just continuing to do that. So, you know, it's going to be a very boom or bust player, I think.
Okay, boomer busts, and boom goes the Shame. Okay, I don't know. Still working on that one. We did see another pot go Shame's way, however. And we should be seeing some more folds here. Dan Demand says Shame tried to be big stack bully unsuccessfully. Yeah, except for the $1,500 of bounties they collected while they were doing it. But other than that, totally unsuccessful. Also, they're still chip leader. But other than that, incredibly unsuccessful about being the big stack bully. Other than the $1,500 they immediately put in their pocket in a $100 tournament and still being chip leader, they completely blew it. Agreed, Dan Demand.
Limcoza with the ace-3 of spades, gonna let it go.
Other than getting walks in the big blind, totally unsuccessful at being the big stack bully.
Ooh, this could be interesting, but I think more likely to be interesting if Make Me Vision finds a fold here, which I think could. Yes. So, Eke Kazaya gonna find a shove here with the 9 big blinds, and then Plato, an opportunity for a bounty. But Bashov actually might find just the straight up shove here. Expecting to fold out some better hands from Plato, like 7s. And then just take your hand against Bashov. Yeah.
Bashov.
Does do it.
Bashov. Oh, Plato. Oh, baby.
Oh my goodness!
Sevens come along for the ride. Sevens are holding. King on the turn. Whoa. So that's going to be the end of Bashov. Plato is going to survive. Wait, get
more than survive.
The KO.
Well, KO's the Bashov in the small blind, shoving the extra 4 million, Joe. So the all-in was only for 2 million.
Got
Bashov
it for the extra million, right?
6.5 million. So
but Echo Kazaya.
Yeah,
triples up.
Yeah, but Plato goes from, about 7 million to 11. So very interesting turn of events. Very aggressive call from Plato, recognizing that, Echo's going to have a lot of different hands for those 9 big blinds that you're ahead of, and then the small blind can be shoving for that bounty and have, 6 is his best case scenario. I think it was very, very ambitious with just 18 people left, but it worked out, and it's well deduced, but it's a high variance for sure.
Plato up to over 12 million now. That's good for third on the leaderboard. So we got 1, 2, and 3 all at this table. Socrates.
Who's here? Socrates!
Just like Rothos says, only just got here, but Socrates versus Plato is pretty cool. Yep, we're on it. Also pretty cool. Shame UL.
Blasting away.
And takes it down. Cool.
Press at work. Yeah, it's working. It's working until it's not working, Joe. That's what I've been learning from Shame.
Yeah, this could be a big old pot here. Bottom 2 for Ekau. Shame with top pair.
Yeah, and if there's anyone that I don't think is going to be able to find a fold with top pair, it's Shame. But not thrilled about seeing that big raise. Ooh. Can Shame find a fold on the turn? No.
Nope. River. Double up. Echo. Shame now. Now even with everybody else. It's a race here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players with between 12 and 13 million chips. And they're all at this table. The top 4 stacks. Who's still number 1? It's Echo now. Damn is going to run into a much better hand. Luckily gets outflopped pretty hard. Not outflop, but misses this flop pretty hard. I guess you're... Is it technically right to say outflopped even if you were ahead already or behind? You are still outflopped.
I think it's technically correct, but you wouldn't really say that.
A little weird. Yeah.
Yeah, like don't be
Fair
weird.
Enough. We got a gut shot now for Dam. And that gut shot does not hit. Lemkos. Lemkos getting absolutely no value for top pair.
Good discipline, though, from the aggressor there. You know, queen high is tough to win at showdown, but hard to rep anything at that stage.
Folds around to Socrates, who should also be folding. Yes. Eka Oka Zia. Ace Jack. Ace 10 for Dam. 2 hearts on the flop. Both players miss. Ace Jack out in front. Continuation bets. Stationed by Ace 10. Still no per for anybody on the turn. This time the bet wins the pot for Eka, lengthening the chip lead.
B
folds around the blinds.
To us. To us.
Beto.
B. To us.
4s. Still very good.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6. That is a straight draw. Ace 2, 3, 5 is also a straight draw. Gonna be tough to hit a 4. 4 misses. 4 is good. It's a pretty smart joke for Friendship is Tragic here. It says, too bad there's no player called Hemlock who can bust Socrates. We hate smart jokes here, by the way. You're banned. Thank you for your comment. There's another walk for shame. Not a walk, though. Wasn't the first time. Wasn't this time. It's an under-the-gun raise. Folded to. Who TF is Hamlock?
How do you not know?
Hamlock is actually what I get on Easter when I eat so much ham that I can't get off the couch. Thank you for that ban, James. Yeah, Hamlock, that's good enough for a ban. Hey, we've made it to another break. 17 players remaining. All right, fine. We'll just do the last table. Top pair here.
Watch
top pair against middle table.
Gosh.
Middle table. Middle pair. One last table in action. The Jack of Hearts, kind of helpful for 8-10.
Yeah, especially against a black ace queen. I will say though, I was saying black ace queen because he had ace queen of spades, but his name is actually Black 88. I've told a fun anecdote about Black 88 before. This is a very, very talented Russian player. Plays at the highest stakes, really, when it comes to tournaments online. So fun to see him in the hunt here for this title. Not a lot of chips to work with, but a great river card. Might be a bit difficult to get its value, but gotta wonder if it's going to go for the jugular for everything. Try to get a jack to call, or maybe bet a little bit smaller and still try to get a jack or an 8 to call. I don't know. This is... There's a bet coming.
Nope. Just a check back. Just a... Wow. Okay. Well, I think we missed some value in some of those hands here in the previous session. Players once again headed on a break. 17 players remaining, and the top 4 stacks all still at our main featured table. 2 tables left in play. New chip leader, Echo Okazia, claiming the top spot. Let's bring James back in.
Thank you, Joe. And another observation about the top stacks is the top 3 are all Russian players. And then, of course, you've got Black 88 also from Russia. Griffin, tell us more about this player. You say you've mentioned them before. I mean, I always find it interesting when there's someone who one of the commentators actually has experience playing against. I mean, does this go back several years?
Yeah, so this was probably close to 10 years ago, and there was a big series coming up on, I think it was PokerStars, and I had some money on a different site, and I was trying to find PokerStars money to play some scoop events, and you know how the community is, you're sort of sharing money between each other to try to get in these tournaments for these big event series. And he posted on the forum that he was trying to trade some money, and I contacted him, and he was, I mean, very, very young, broken English, and we sort of sent a bit of money to back and forth, you know, just 1,000 at a time, and then finally we got comfortable enough to send a bit more, and suddenly I was just sending, you know, $7,000 at a time to this person that I'd never met before. And it sounds so outlandish to normal people, you know what I mean? But in the poker community, and it all went through. We transferred whatever, don't want to say, but tens of thousands of dollars, basically, and it all went off without a hitch. So whenever I see his name, I always giggle. I'm like, this is, people would not understand. This is like so absurd, you know. But it's never met him, but he was sweet. He's a very nice kid. And
all these years later, here they are, going deep in a field of nearly 12,000 players, and here you are sitting watching from the rail.
Exactly. There you go.
I mean, you talk about the crazy world of poker. Obviously, we referenced earlier that a huge chunk of players, a huge section of our community in Vegas right now. I see a few people asking, Griffin, did you think about going? Were you tempted to go? Are you sitting this one out completely? Will you go along later?
So I always had designs to go to the World Series in November for the main event, and I just found myself suddenly it was just sort of creeping up, and suddenly it was like, everyone was starting to book and starting to go, and I understand the series is longer, so people are going a bit earlier than maybe I would have intended, and I just haven't really gotten that big itch yet. I still feel a bit entrenched in the COVID mindset a little bit, I think. I understand, like, we're all getting vaccinated and that sort of stuff, but I've had a couple of opportunities to travel, and, I have a bunch of friends going to Mexico next weekend and stuff like that, and I don't know, I'm just not, maybe I'm just not ready for, it just things don't feel normal enough for me yet to go be trading chips and everything with people. Yeah.
I can understand that. Joe, from your point of view, seeing people tweeting pictures from Vegas, videos from Vegas, the stories, the traditional tropes that get rolled out every time the WSOP's in town, are you getting any FOMO?
Not really, only because I never really experienced that aspect of the World Series of Poker. I never went purely as a player, right? I always went either just for like a weekend to visit people or to work. And I don't know if you've ever felt this way, James, maybe some of your old radio jobs or whatever. When I walk into that building, I don't get the rush of excitement everyone else gets. I get a pit in my stomach because all I can remember is, hey, you got to go out and do 10 pieces today, and they all have to be funny, and they're going to air live on ESPN or on PokerGo, and that pressure washes over me of how hard that job was and how difficult it was. So, like, I don't have any FOMO at all. A little bit of me, like, just misses Vegas, right? In general, like, I like going to Vegas, and it'd be fun to go play like a $1,500 event or a 2K event or something. But as far as, like, I don't feel the need to rush over them. Like, you guys all go, you have a good time, you deal with the line, you deal with the bad beats, you deal with all that stuff. I'm glad you guys like it, but unless I'm just going for a weekend, I'm good. I'm good here at home.
That's fair enough. Griffin, take a break from the booth. Joe and I are going to handle things for the next 60 minutes. I'm wondering if during this next session of play we will finally get to the last table. Right now, still 2 tables in action, 17 players remaining. And a reminder that we are playing down to a winner tonight. So it's not going to stop when it gets to the final table. We're going to play down to a winner. And Joe, it wasn't in the grand scheme of things that long ago, less than 2 years ago, that you and I actually stayed at the Rio for a week when we were working out in Vegas. And I know that with everything that's happened in the last 18 months, there is this sense of distance making the heart grow fonder, and now we're missing some of the places on the EPT that maybe we grew tired of over the years. Like, no, can't wait to go back to Barcelona. I can honestly say that I'm good not going to the Rio. I am good with saying I got my fill of that resort when I was there for like 7 days back at the end of 2019.
Yeah, I don't mind the Rio in general. I don't have the same, like, sort of not that you're saying this, but like the sort of snobbery toward the Rio that lots of people do. But it's just that whole, it's such an S show too during the World Series of Poker. Looks like we're going to have another flip here for another potential bounty.
Yeah, and it is one of our philosophers, Socrates, who is all in with the ace-king. Lem Kosa with 8 once the chip leader gets out of the way with 4-3. Oh, no. Isolating for that bounty. Well, okay then.
Okay.
Wow, the dark side is indeed strong with this one.
Wow.
And oh
my God.
Come on.
How do they know?
Wow.
How do they know? What a fold by Lemkos.
Wow. So just to be clear, that avatar is Anakin Skywalker after, I think it's a 3-minute period in the movie where he goes from being utterly conflicted and regrets what he did in assisting Palpatine against Mace Windu to a child-slaughtering bastard. And next thing you know, that's it. He's completely turned.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that's Hayden Christensen from Life Has a House.
No, that's from Sith.
I don't think that's from Star Wars.
Chris, back me up here. That's from Sith.
You guys, Life Has a House is really underrated. Okay.
G-Dor
Is this an
describes this as
insult?
the Werner Herzog and Klaus Kinski of poker commentary. I will take it.
Okay. I don't know who those people are, but they sound smart.
Werner Herzog. You know who Werner Herzog is. Stop pretending you don't know who Herzog is. And Klaus Kinski was, of course, a very out there German actor who worked with Herzog many times, including on Fitzcarraldo. And Klaus Kinski's daughter, Natasja, was one of the stars of Cat People, directed by Paul Schrader.
I mean, is that movie literally about people turning into cats?
Yeah, but not like the kind of ones that you can stroke, like the ones that literally tear people's arms off.
It's a horror movie?
Yeah.
Oh. I don't really think of Paul Schrader as being a horror movie director, but I guess it's at least two I've heard of.
I think that's one of the reasons why he was tapped up for the Exorcist prequel, because he had done that genre before.
Three, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 7!
7.
Straight! It's always coming 7.
It is indeed.
Wooly, we're not doing any Spectre. What's the name of this one? No Time to Die questions. No time to do anything else that day at a 2-hour and 48-minute movie plus 40 minutes of trailers.
Wooly, if you want the answer to that question, and again, I'm going to direct people where I keep directing you, on the PokerStars Discord server, in the podcast discussion channel, I have given my headline thoughts on the movie, but there are spoilers in there. So if you've seen the film and are happy to see that, you can click on it and view my post. But if you haven't seen the film yet, you might want to avoid it. And I do recommend you see it.
Look at Echo taking over for Shame. Just getting real weird here. Getting all aggro as the chip leader.
See, Mart says, no spoilers for me. Well, that's why I've hidden it. So it's one of those texts where it's like blank, and then if you click on it, it will show the post. So you can still go in that channel and join in other conversations. I'm not stupid enough to go, here are all my thoughts on the movie, and just put spoilers at the top and expect you to see that. So just ignore the post. Don't click on it.
All I'll say is that technically, I'm of the right age to play James Bond. And I just think that straight white men aren't considered for enough roles these days. And so I fit, you know what I mean? I fit the bill. I'm the right age. I'm the right gender.
Interestingly, here is a hashtag fun fact for you. Daniel Craig is officially the first American to play James Bond, because in between Spectre and No Time to Die, he achieved American citizenship and is now a US citizen. So officially, he is an American.
Damn, so I can't be the first American.
No.
Maybe I can be the first French guy.
Of course, the first American cast as Bond in the movies, and again, I'm not talking about Barry Nelson on US TV in the 1950s, but after George Lazenby's short tenure as 007, the American actor John Gavin, best known for Psycho and Spartacus, was cast as James Bond. But when United Artists managed to persuade Connery to come back for one more movie by paying him a lot of money and giving him the right to make whatever 2 movies he wanted to make next, John Gavin was paid off. Broccoli and Saltzman insisted that his contract be paid in full. And here is a follow-up hashtag fun fact. John Gavin departed the world of entertainment, went into politics, and ended up becoming, I believe, US governor for Mexico. And actually, if you've seen the Netflix series Narcos, John Gavin is in it as a character, as the governor of Mexico.
Huh.
Not the governor, what do you call it? Ambassador, I'm sorry. Ambassador for Mexico.
I know what you mean.
You're right, Wendy. Pierce Brosnan did get his American citizenship in 2004. The last time he played James Bond was 2002. So therefore, he was not an American when he played James Bond.
Wendy is Beth is my friend Beth Hall. Hey, Beth Hall. Welcome to the stream.
The character that John Gavin plays in Psycho, by the way, is Janet Leigh's boyfriend, not the detective, Chris, that you're thinking of, Martin Balsam.
Did you guys ever read the book Belson's Lament? Big twist in that book. It turns out the entire time he's in Washington, D.C., he's a creature of the Beltway.
Right. I love the fact that Chris is available to weigh in on who John Gavin played in Psycho, but isn't there to back me up when I'm saying that picture is taken from Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, and Joe's insisting it's from what? Something I've never even heard of.
Life as a House. It's definitely from Life as a House. That's not from Star Wars.
So from Episode 3.
Pretty sure there was only one Life as a House.
It's Anakin! Oh, God.
Oh, wow. James just got Jamesed so hard by producer Chris. Director Chris is like, that is not Anakin. That's Vader. Wow. Wow.
But hang on a second.
I hope you saw that, Wendy.
Hang on a second. When Count Dooku becomes Darth Tyrannus, correct? Correct? Right. How come he is still referred to as Count Dooku even though he's also Darth Tyrannus? They do have these alter egos.
Ooh. Great.
I do love the fact, by the way, that we're having a conversation which the audience can only hear one half of. We've got Ace-8 versus Ace-10, Domination Nation. It ends in a chop. Joe, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop putt. Okay, 5 is the bar. Anyone who says less than 5 gets banned.
That was pretty bad. Okay. I don't think we can ban the entire audience, James. We need someone to watch.
They can still watch, they just can't speak. I'm fine with that.
Shame has outflopped everyone here in a big way.
It's a shame.
And I'm not just talking about the shame I feel
shame.
from how bad that Chop Hot song was.
Who would have thought we needed Griffin to make it good?
I mean, look at this hand for ace tray of spades. Top pair, flush draw, 2 pair on the turn. Somehow Echo still has outs.
Solero says nobody called the Emperor Palpatine. What was his first name, Joe? Can you tell me Emperor Palpatine's first name?
I thought his last name was Patine and his first name was Pal.
Nope. I'll give you a clue. His first name is also what you might refer to as a homemade stabbing device.
Shiv. Shiv Palpatine.
Correct.
Wow. Huh. He's a Canadian molecular gastronomist. His name is Pal Poutine. Nice one, Gabagoo. Oh boy, outflopped Plato into the no FXito. Isn't Shiv one of the names from Succession? And is Succession back?
Well, it's her name's Siobhan, right? So it's short for her nickname. Yes, I believe it's Sheev is how it's said in the Star Wars universe. Sheev Palpatine.
October 17th, it's back.
Wasn't Anakin's mother named Shiv? No, she was she Shmi? I mean, they've all got stupid names. Was it Shmi? Have I got that right? Oh, Chris is not 100% sure. I mean, this man is the oracle when it comes to Star Wars. He is to Star Wars what I am to James Bond.
What do you think of this fun fact from Hippie?
Immersed in
Would
cake
Mark
at the
Hamill?
moment.
When Mark Hamill was in episode 4, he hadn't even seen any of the other movies. Plato contemplating a move with ace high?
That's actually quite funny.
One of Plato's better contemplations was to fold there.
I think my highlight, by the way, of the previous session when you and Griffin was on was the moment that Plato and Socrates were at the same table and Plato actually got quite excited about it.
Oh, I guess I missed that. Another flop flush.
Beto has a flush.
Beto has a flush.
And is Beto going to go for value? Yep, 861,000 into 1.86 million. Plato drawing dead, just king high. Fold.
I agree with Guardius here. It says it must feel great flopping a flop in this stage. Okay, this also feels great. Yes, you have to double check you have the nuts, right?
99% sure we were going to see a fold there from Plato. Instead, the raise to 2.25 million. Yeah, you check you've got the nuts, and then you call here and think, yeah, check the river. No.
Snap check it back, yeah.
No, Plato, do not try again.
Snap check it back. They got.
Oh no! Abandon ship. Crazy bluff from Plato, which is going to give Beto has a stack of 15 million. That is going to give Beto has a boost up the ranking, second place on the leaderboard behind Shane Ual.
Ampura. Oh, Beto. What a hand.
A gift.
I like to pronounce it gift.
No fixito.
I need Griffin here to back me up, but obviously we know that was the wrong move from Plato, and maybe once on the river. But I kind of feel like the play on the turn isn't terrible.
No, I think that's what I was going to say. You never really have much time to kind of discuss a hand in progress. Absolutely, but I think once you raise in that spot and then get flatted and the river doesn't change anything, I think you have to kind of wave the white flag of surrender. But hey, look, it was bold. It was a bold bluff attempt. Thank you, Vivid Poker, for this hashtag fun fact. Beto has KO'd me from this tourney very late yesterday. Good to see my chips are still running hot. Beto has your chips and many other players' chips. And Beto has second place on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I'm with D. Coot here. Got the all-in from Plato. Probably not going to get called. It says, when he has a one-pair hand, it's very difficult to call. Obviously, it didn't work that time, but just say OMG so bad is a bit too far. Yep. And I agree with Raksha. He was repping the other player's hand. It happens sometimes.
Yeah, it helps when you're doing a Cards Up live stream and you can see all of the cards. Very difficult to make bad decisions then. What is the average stack right now?
It's the total number of...
Thank you, Joe. 8.5 million is the answer. I was just thinking, I was expecting it to be... I was expecting it to be a bit shallower, and I'll tell you why. It just feels that it's taking a bit of time to get to the final table today, and I feel that there was a period where the action was quite slow, and it's not like it's sped up now that we're down to the final two tables. So I'm surprised that the stacks aren't a little bit shallower. Beto has the best hand. Second pair, top kicker. Shame UL with just 7 high. Shame UL has the red target, the single biggest bounty on offer right now, $4,278.
I feel like Shame's trying real hard to get a check raise in here. Beto is not giving them the opportunity. Yeah, see, there was a bluff coming at some point. Well played.
Wait for it.
By
Wait for it,
Beto.
Emperor. Wait for it.
I don't think.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Beto now has the chip lead. 17.8 million at the start of this hand. Goes to the flop with 9s versus Jack 6. Still has the best hand post flop.
Seems just a totally different approach against a player other than Shame, who they were just check calling the whole way, not allowing themselves to be check raised off the hand. In no FX's case, they bet without worrying about getting blown off the nines. Nines? Nines? Is it nines or nines? Nines.
So the shortest stack right now is the Russian player that we were talking to Griffin about earlier on. Black 88 has got 2.3 million, and with the blinds at this level is squarely in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Oh,
Blinds
I started
right
the
now.
new season of Archer.
Oh, right. Is that? I'm not sure if that's available in the UK. I'll have to check. 150,000, 300,000 blinds right now, but going up in 3 minutes.
What does Empura mean? That's a great question.
I think
Empura
he's sort of joining our Star
refrigeration.
Wars. I think he's trying to join our Star Wars conversation.
I think they're trying to write tempura. It's big in Brazil right now.
Tempura.
It's a way here in Brazil that we talk to keep getting lucky. It means shove. Push.
Is this going to be a case of calling the all-in with 9-7 of diamonds and getting there?
I feel like this is what you can get away from. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
$2,100 bounty, though. Yikes.
Yeah. There are some juicy bounties out there, that's for sure.
Some juicy Empura.
Empura to the limit. Limit! Past the point of no return. Queens all in. 6s folded. Player out from the other table. It was Milanov who went in 14th place. So that takes us down to 13. Table of 6, table of 7. The field merges when we're down to 9. Oh, bluff gets through. Cheeky.
Ooh.
Well, this is interesting. I mean,
Ooh.
Ace-King versus Ace-King is one thing, but Jack's in the mix as well. And With the opening raise and the 3-bets, 2.1 million. I imagine you'd be pretty happy to get it in here. But no. Lemkosa lets the jacks go, so this is going to be ace-king versus ace-king with the likelihood of a chop, but the possibility of some sickness.
3 flush draws.
And this is going to be a chop pot. And Joseph, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
I think I need to go sooner. Is that the deal? Sooner. Okay. Got it.
Joe, faster and with more intensity.
Shambles. Yikes. What?
Oka, flush draw. Wins the pot.
Hello, Mark. Thank you for your comment. Oh, James, a Hollywood guy figured it out. We both go on the count of 3. That's
Whose
all.
count?
All this time. You know, just the count of 3.
Belkin asks a valid question. Why doesn't James go late? I do. I pause deliberately because I know I have to wait for Joe to hear me and for then to me to sing in sync with him on delay. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way. Yeah, Rax has gone all lethal weapon. On 3 or 3 then go. We got Kings versus the gut shot.
Ace 6 of hearts for no FXito.
No foreign exchange Ito. And now a pair of 8s for the chip leader. Ooh,
baby.
Now the flush draw for no FX. And yes, thank you, Jobs, for pointing out that we are down to 12 because Dark Skies from Brazil has just busted in 13th from the other table. 2 tables of 6 now. We'll lose a player from this table at the end of the hand. Keep the 2 tables balanced. Who are we going to lose? Who do you reckon's going, Joe?
Plato. Oh, close. It was shame.
Yeah,
we no longer have any shame, James.
I believe online it is completely random. In a live MTT, it would have been Plato. It would be the player who's about to post the big blind who would be balanced, but it is done randomly. I want Damn to be sat next to Shame so we can have Damn Shame.
There's been plenty of damn shames.
Well, this is blind v blind unraised pre, and it's King High versus Queen High. Oh no, pair of 4s for NerfX. My bad. And pair of fours still good.
Good, but good enough to bet.
And we are switching. So here we see the table that Shane got moved
just
to.
in time.
Oh, yeah. Blind v blind. Queens versus ace-jack with my reputation.
Oh, a limp in. Shane gets really aggressive in these spots.
Yeah. Diamond Sarro moves all in. Shane calls. Queens 72% favorite. Don't want to make a set though. But Queens hold, and that is a double up for Diamond Sarro, and that means Diamond Sarro is now second in chips. 19.9 million. Beto has at the other table in front right now with 23 million. Look at Shane, Joe. Now a short stack.
Yeah, that bounty very much in play now. We get a fold, okay? We're not going to see the tilt shove with Queen 10, but that bounty is in play for every other player at this table. Has the opportunity now to knock out Shame and collect $4,200 and become the biggest bounty in this tournament.
I mean, that is a huge prize. The red target denotes it's the single biggest bounty on offer right now. And actually, Shame is the shortest stack of the 12 remaining players. So yes, covered by everyone at this table. And Shane will know that any pot they enter, people will be gunning for them. And really, with around 10 big blinds, it is all in or fold right now for Shane.
Oh, yeah. That bounty's worth just less than 9th place money.
I mean, yeah. Very pleased to see Macca's still in the mix with the Randall P. McMurphy avatar. And also, I would highlight that Ben Cott, still has a $59 bounty. I think Ben must have eliminated a grand total of 1 player on their journey to the final 2 tables.
Look, I just don't like to be all in, okay?
Unreal asks, where is Shame UL from? Shame is playing from Russia. Ooh, pocket 3s for the short stack. 7s for Ben Cott. I mean, Ben, this is an opportunity, buddy. You're a little bit low on the bounty
come on,
count.
Ben.
This is the one. This is the one.
I'm rooting for Ben here. Oh, no. Diamond trying to isolate. Hey, Ben. Can only get 1 bounty here. Oh, nope. Can't get any. Diamond Sarah, what are you doing?
Bullying. Leveraging that monster stack to get 2 different pairs to fold.
So sick. Man, that would have been so perfect for Ben to at least, like, pick up $4,200 in bounties all at once, but nope.
Ooh.
Oh,
I
what
mean,
do you do
at this
here?
point, what you do is you cover up the screen, you don't look at your whole cards, and you press call.
Right.
10 big blinds with a decent stack, $4,200 bounty, you call. You have to. And pairs is 3. And that's going to do it for Shane UL. And Macca claims that monster bounty. Oh, wow. Macca now the big target, $3,600. And that means Macca, let's work it out. Yeah, Macca's got head prizes totaling $7 grand now.
Yeah. We in the money.
We're also down to 11.
Money.
We are one away from going hand for hand. So Diamond Sarro has moved ahead of Beto, by the way.
Oh, what a
Diamond
flop.
Sarro with nearly 23 million. Diamond Sarro playing from Uzbekistan. A lot of people questioning Macca's call. Vivid Poker says, WTF doesn't care about winning the tourney, willing to risk 3-4 off there. You're not risking the tourney because you're covering the other player. And not being funny, when the bounty on offer is the equivalent of 9th place prize money, you have to call with any two there pretty much. It's a huge, huge... Yes, it's a gamble, but it's a gamble with huge rewards, as evidenced by the outcome of that hand.
It's a mathematically sound gamble, right? Like playing the lottery is a mathematically unsound gamble until the prize becomes over a certain amount. Then it becomes a mathematically sound gamble. So understand what you mean for winning the whole tournament, Vivid. But also you forget that when you win that bounty, you put yourself in a position to win the tournament also. On the times when you win the 60-40s, on the time when you even win like an 80-20 there, right? Let's say you're up against sixes. Sometimes you're still going to crack them. And then you're in a good spot to win the tournament.
So we've had Queen 6. Rather, 9's open on the button. It's Queen 6 in the big blind. Coutinho with the decision right now. Decides to call. And 9's still good.
Yikes.
Was more than half his stack. It was not. I believe the all-in was for around 3.5 million, and Macca had about 8.5 million at the start of the hand.
3, 4, 5, 6. 9's good. Well, Coutinho fire off a bluff with this miss of everything. Yeah, it does. Vivid bringing up like an ICM, hating it. Can you use ICM when within bounties? It's got to affect ICM. I've been shocked at the nice flop here. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm shocked by this board. And yeah, I don't see Coutinho getting away from this top pair against trips. This is just a horrible, horrible setup for Coutinho.
It's a dot shame UL.
And decides to check raise flop, and Diamond Sarro will be thinking, do I just stick it in here? Do I wait for the turn?
Yeah, when you
just
got locked up this much, I like a call.
Well, Coutinho has less than pot behind now. 5.5 million in the middle, 4.5 million behind. All in and a call. And Coutinho not get there on the river. It's always coming 7. The full house for Diamond Sarro. The KO of Coutinho. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going hand for hand. A player will be balanced off the other table. We'll be 5-handed here. We'll be 5-handed at the other table. And we'll play hand for hand until there is one more bust out. And then we'll be at the final table. 9 playing down to a winner.
Whoa, oh, a timeout there. Nobody wanted to call that? Oh, it's a small bounty. I get it. I get it. Come on, buddy. Look at the bounty amount. There's your ICM.
Yeah. $59 bounty, no one's calling. 4.5 grand, people are calling. And we have switched to the other table. Back to Plato, no FX Ito. In this hand, Eka, Oka, and Beto also involved. Now, we have had a couple of weeks where hand-for-hand play has gone on for an extended period of time. I think 2 weeks ago it was like an hour. Last week it was 45 minutes, 50 minutes. How long are we going to stay on the final table bubble tonight? We have got some short stacks. Benger playing around 10 bigs. Lemkosa playing 10 bigs. Play concludes here, so play concludes on the other table. On to the next hand. King 10 suited for Benger. The other short stack has ace queen. And Macca's done. Macca's like, won the big bounty. Wake me up when we're at the final table. Peace. Macca's out of here. Can't be doing with this hand-for-hand nonsense.
Lemkosa to have the big blind sitting out.
Ten for suited for Eka Oka Zaya. Ah, Mr. Bino. I'm glad when Monday comes and we're here together again. I really like to watch and be here. Oh. We like to have you here. Why can't everyone be like that?
You're banned.
No. Oh, too late.
No, I didn't get him this time. Second pair here for Echo. Top pair for Beto. Two big stacks. 1 and 3. Sorry, 2 and 3.
Yeah, Diamond Sarro, huge chip leader right now with 30 million.
Might be time to go away now. Yep. Noah asks, hey, James and Joe, do you guys have a favorite type of tournament? I do. Thank you for your question. James, do you want to handle it?
Are you asking to play or you're asking to observe? Because the answer will be different.
Thank you for your question. So what's the ladder here? $1,300 also to make it to 9th, make it to the final table. Pretty good. 13 buy-ins.
Aces and deuces beating a pair of eights.
Yes, Dub and Hammer. Dot Shame UL has been eliminated. Has been eliminated.
I mean, and it was some time ago, right, that we lost our other kind of, shall we say, creative, over-aggressive Ricardons, right? They were out in 26th place. There were two players who were either going to win it all or not make the final table. That was very clear. Well,
oh, baby. Wow, what a fold.
All in.
And him covered too. Wow. That's Griffin's boy. Biak 88. Once you go Biak, you never go Biak.
Ace 5 out flops Queen 10. Oh, hello. We've got some street flash potential here. And also the prospect of a pot that everyone loves.
All right.
Ruined.
I always root for the straight flush on board because I play too much Ultimate Texas Hold'em. I'm like, just put the straight flush out there. Pay everybody. Let's go.
Now, from what you said on last week's podcast, Joe, it sounded like Ultimate Texas Hold'em was not your friend when you were playing recently.
No, and I was playing with people. See, I play Ultimate Texas Hold'em poorly. In that, I'll look down an ace-6 offsuit. I'll be like, I'm just going to see a flop. And everyone else is like a real gambler. They're like, no, you have an ace. You have to max out. So I'm like, all right, max out. Lose to king deuce. Ace 10, max out. Lose to ace 4. Ace king, max out. Lose to queen jack. And then I'm out of money. That's it.
Right.
That's like $400. I'm just like, just let me check ace king suited one time and see if I like the flop. Then I max out, lose to queen 7.
Always see a flop. Ace 5 versus king 10. It's the king 10 that wins it. Oh, king's here for Plato. Raises it up. 3 snap folded. Jack 10 suited. Beto makes the call. King's still good on a 5 deuce deuce flop. And Plato now with a lock on this.
Tough to get paid here.
2 million in the middle, goes for 600,000, gets a fold. And we are switching. Kojak for Benger.
Ooh.
All in. Blinds now 200,000, 400,000, and Bencott is all in for 3 million. Ace 9 for Macca. Makes the call. And Ace High is still ahead. Ace High is good. That is another KO. And Bencott, who it seems only managed to win a single bounty en route to the final 2 tables, is out in 10th place. So once this hand concludes, we will be at the final table. We are down to 9, just waiting to see if we lose a player here, if something funky happens at this table. But unless that happens, we will begin with 9 players at our FT.
I'm with you, Guardius. How do you fold ace 7 there? I get that the bounty was only $59, but I think even if you're not playing a bounty tournament, you're still probably going to call off whatever that was, 8 or 9 big blinds. And maybe you put yourself in a bad spot to get re-raised by the big blind, but I think the big blind is going to play honestly against you.
Bamu Empora, says Beto, as we make the final table of this week's Sunday Million. This Bounty Builder Series event, $109 PKO. Congratulations to the final 9. And now there is a money jump with every single elimination. The payouts are on the screen just below the table, plus the bounties are up for grabs. The single biggest bounty being on Macca's head right now. And let's do our little international tour of the final table and just summarize the nationalities of the players. Russia has 3 representatives. We'll come to those in a moment. Oh, we have got an all-in here. Dam shoving with ace-king after Beto opened with ace-4.
Oh, Beto. I mean, you're dominated, but this ain't a lot of chips.
And it is a $2,800 bounty.
Damn, Daniel.
Fewer than 10 big blinds, a reshove after you've opened to 800K with a suited ace, a wheelie ace. I would make this call. I'm not good, though. I'd just be thinking about that $2,800.
Just because we're not good doesn't mean we never get it right. I think this is a call. In the words of the Foo Fighters, this is a call.
And if we do get a call, Dam will be the at-risk player, but it will be Domination Nation in Dam's favour. And talking of nations, we will talk flags. We will talk which countries these players are representing after the conclusion of this hand. Be that a fold from Beto, but it is a call. And Ace-King is holding. Ace-King is good. That is going to be a double up for Dam 4-6-6.
I think it might have been a fold.
We have got Lemkoza playing from Poland. We have got No FXE2 playing from Peru. Dam 4666 is from Greece. Then we have Black 88, Plato, Maka, and Eka all playing from Russia. 4 of the 9 players at this final table are Russians. Beto has is our Brazilian representative, and Diamond Saro, the chip leader, is playing from Uzbekistan.
Take that, Brazil. Must have been a big holiday or something in Brazil over the weekend.
I mean, there were a lot of Brazilians in the field. There were a lot of Brazilians in the final 25, but many of them have been eliminated, as we see NoFX opening with the pocket rockets. The Grafton gets folded by Maka.
There's so many Brazilians in the field, we're going to have to stop calling it the field and start calling it the jungle. Rainforest, if you prefer.
There's not much of that left. NoFX opens to 800K.
You're right, it is a field now.
Damn. 4 deuce suited. Blinds going up in 2 minutes. So where are we at with average right now? 13.3 million. Blinds about to go to 250,000, 500,000. Still playing pretty shallow, in my opinion. And we've still got a few shorties. No one's shorter than Lemkoza, who's playing 2.8 million.
Lemkoza is so short, they're probably perusing all of the other tournaments they can get into after this one.
You know that Lemkoza is the player from Poland, right?
Damn it!
I mean, it would have been great. It would have worked out perfectly if there had been the right flag.
Son of a...
Yeah, I mean, blind's going up in 60 seconds, and at that point, Lemko's going to be playing around 5 bigs.
Ah, don't let the Ecuador hit you on the way out. Nice. Here in Brazil, we've only known poker for a while, but we're still always leading the stats. It's a series of factors, but the vast majority here study poker a lot. I think the real key there is the vast majority.
Yeah.
It might be that there's 200 million people in Brazil.
I don't think the vast majority of people in Brazil play poker, let alone are studying poker. I would also hazard a guess that of the people who play poker in Brazil, the vast majority are not studying the game. Not to say that there isn't a decent percentage who are studying the game and doing incredibly well. And looking at the number of WCOOP trophies that were won by Brazilian players during the last series proves that. Maka with queens.
Hey, Makarevich.
Hi. Oh, free bet from Diamond Sarrow.
And good laid out.
Absolutely. Brazilian's the new #1 player. Sorry, guys. You clearly misunderstood what I said. Absolutely, there are some very talented Brazilian players, but let's not fool ourselves into thinking that the vast majority are studying the game. That doesn't happen in any country, outside of maybe Austria.
Or Andorra, where there's one poker player who also studies.
And here we go. We are on break. And so we have reached the final table of this week's Sunday Million, with 9 players remaining from 11,991 total entries. Diamond Sarrow has the chip lead, 26 million, but Makarevich not that far behind with 20 million. Lamkosa the super short stack, and the players will be back from break in 5 minutes' time. Griffin Benger is back right now. Okay, so here's a question then, Griffin, and obviously it's going to vary from country to country, but just if we take a sample size of players overall, of people who play poker, of people who play poker regularly, what percentage would you guesstimate take it seriously to the point where they will be studying, where they will be working on their game on a regular basis? I mean, we've got to be talking a very small percentage there. Griffin?
Oh, we got to unmute Griffin. We got to unmute him. I don't think he's been unmuted. Let's go to the old... sorry, guys. I feel like... Well, James, why don't you let me handle this one?
Okay, Joe, you guesstimate instead.
I'm going to think that of all of the poker players in any particular place, I'd say probably around 8 or 9% of them are actually studying. And by studying, I mean, like a Ben CB style of studying, a Bowie effect. I'd say under 10% of the total population of poker players are studying to that extent. Now, I think the percentage goes up if you ask how many poker players study. I think that what they consider to be studying is way up there more, like watching EPT highlights or... Sure.
I guess it depends on your definition of studying. I think someone who might, check out some of the courses on PokerStars School, or might pick up a poker book or watch some training videos, then I think the percentage is higher. But if you're going to say that the parameters, Joe, are people who basically take the game as seriously as someone like Ben CB or Bowie Effect and are running sims or are actually having sessions where they're breaking down hand, I'm taking the under on 10 or 9%. I'm going to say it's close to 5%. I'm going to say it might even be less than 5%.
Sure, and it's going to seem like more, right? Because the ones who are doing that are the ones we're going to see more often. So it's probably easier to assume that more people are studying than really are. But to that person's point, by the way, who's given us a great kicking off point for a conversation, what has happened in Brazil is incredible, is really cool to see, is great to see a nation embracing poker the way that Brazil has, and it's important for the game. So, while it can be a little, I'd say, annoying to see a country dominating as hard as they are, it's good for us. It's good for the game. It's great to have a country of 210 million people now excited and passionate about the game of poker.
Absolutely. Well, the good news is, looks like we've got the gremlins out the system. We can get Griffin back into the mix. So I'll ask you the question again, Griffin. Joe just gave his answer. I've given my ballpark percentage. Serious studiers of the game, what percentage of players does that represent?
Just kidding. I don't know. I don't have a better answer. As soon as my sound wasn't working, I was so scrambling to. So what was I thinking? What did you say, Joe? What percentage?
I said less than 10%. I said maybe like 8 or 9%.
For the studying people or just playing?
Yeah.
For the studying,
much,
by the way, Joe's definition of
10%.
studying, by the way. Yeah, I was going to say less than 5%. I'm talking about people who actually are not just, reading a book or watching a training video, talking about people who spend regular time on a weekly or monthly basis going over hand histories and working on their game to get better in advance.
A population like less than 1%. I think.
Right. No, I don't disagree with that.
The population of what Canada is like 30 million. Then
No. Of people who play poker.
No.
Oh, people who play poker.
Of people playing poker. Of the.
Yeah, 5% maybe. Probably, yeah. I think. I mean.
Great. Well, we figured it out.
Yeah.
Okay, cards are going to be there in a few seconds, so we can abandon this you-know-what show. Joe, you're out of here. Take a break. Griffin and I have got this. We're going to carry on watching this final table as the final 9 play down to a winner. And right now, it is still Diamond Sarrow in the catbird seat. And you might observe, Griffin, that Lemkosa is on life support right now with 1.7 million at the 250, 500k blind level.
Yeah. And King 9 suited, not a bad hand, but so much ICM to consider here. If you can just kind of fold out even into the blinds and hope 1 or 2 eliminations happen, then you've bumped up, you've doubled your money from what you would get in 9th.
And just to kind of read this remark from Oh No's, I learn everything I need for poker from these streams on Mondays. Probably a joke, but look, I think that the percentage of people who consume poker content and actually want to get better is much higher than 5%. But how many of them are actually advancing? How much of that kind of basic study is actually paying off is very much the jury's out, shall we say.
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, when you're, watching things like this every day and you're seeing experts like us analyze it, I mean, there's a lot to learn from these things. I mean, a lot of people that are studying might not be, sort of studying the right things, and this is kind of where you see in practice at the, often biggest stakes for the, most amount of money. There's a lot to learn from watching these. I know I learned things by just being in the booth. And you can
Those
see the
blinds
advantage
are coming around
of having that big chip lead. Diamond Sarrow definitely on the looser side opening under the gun, but having that chip lead, having just 50 big blinds, but well more than anyone else other than Makarovich. Dam, I think, needs to put this in with the ace-queen for about 18.5 bigs, and does. Nice takedown. And it will be the big blind that Lemkosa is going to be forced all in. Actually, not forced all in. Going to have, about 40% of the stack in there.
And here
What's
we
it going to be, Lemkosa? Not bad.
Artisanal sourdough and a third of your stack forced in already, I guess, with the snowmen's. Num Num. No FX Ito is going to open. Oh, instead it's the ace-6 of Eka Okazia.
Yeah, and that might create a little pause for no FX Ito. I think with the strength of this hand, you have to go for it. But recognizing that Lemkosa is going to be forced all in against a raising range at the hijack, part of you might think, oh, let's just guarantee 8th, but 8's a bit too good. And I think we'll get a fold for this almost 10 big blinds, and folded in the big blind for the other 2 bigs. Wow. Lemkosa doing whatever they can to stay in it. It's never fun to be the third person in with ace-5 suited, sourdough or not.
G-Storm, I'm going to assume you are not trolling. Yes, the prize payouts are correct. It is 66k for first and 66k for second, because this is a progressive knockout tournament. There are the bounties, and the final bounty is worth a significant amount of money, and that will separate the payouts between first and second.
I think you need to call off here in Lemkosa's shoes. But might want to just take a rotation. And now Biak 88, an opportunity to maybe take it down pre-flop, but also don't want to risk running into a monster of Diamond Saro. I like this, just playing it slow here. Also have a pretty significant bounty at $2,440.
And Diamond Saro, big favorite now to win this, and now has a lock on the hand. So Lemkosa is going to be eliminated here. And Diamond Saro wins the not insignificant side pot as well. We lose our first player from the final table, the KO of Lemkosa in 9th place. And we are down to 8 now. Yeah, so Diamond Saro's still in the #1 position, still chip leader with just shy of 27 million. Maka Arevic sits in 2nd place with 22 million.
Good fold from No Effexito there. And also from Biak 88. These are some good, strong ICM folds. Great shove spot here against this open for Biak 88. You do have 3 people behind, but Diamond Saro is the one, and instead just elects to call. This actually works out great in practice here, because you're gonna get so many folds when you shove, or you're gonna run into a monster behind. But in this case, you can keep those worse aces and sometimes worse jacks in there. And I think that bet right there is just going to take it down, and the Russian is going to add to their stack.
So Queen 10 has opened. Eka, Oka, Kazia.
Ace 6 in the big. Should play as a defend, but sometimes players find themselves in these spots and think, oh, I don't want, it should be a tight range opening. Oh No's GG asks, Griffin, what feels worse for you, losing on the FT to a big bad beat or just bleeding out from dead cards? It's actually a very good question. I think a big bad beat probably feels worse, just because it's kind of like dramatic, and it feels like a shock to the system, but a negative bad shock. The bleeding out, it's like you still sort of like have hope when it's happening, but then at the end, it's quite annoying. But there's something that there's this inevitability that it's going to happen, so you kind of like have this acceptance, but then sometimes it all turns around, So it's, yeah. But once the bad beat happens, oof. Plato with a pretty loose open for a 20 big blind stack in early position. I wouldn't recommend they do it with 3s, and I definitely don't recommend a limp. But that's the avenue that Plato's going to take.
The under-the-gun limp, the Gibbons from Plato, and we have Artisanal Sourdough, Ace-5 suited for Maka, and Queens for Diamond.
Yeah, I don't see this flop, this hand going to a flop, unless Plato has really foolish designs to limp shove. I think it's probably going to be too many chips, as Diamond Zero does make it almost 6x to even peel here with the ace-5 suited. You don't expect this to be a particularly loose range. When you have ace-5 suited here, you're going to expect your opponent to have a lot of ace-queens, ace-kings, and then big pairs. Plato wisely gives it up. As does Makarovich.
Yeah. Set mine was Hippie H's advice. Plato decided not to flat the raise and hope to spike a 3.
What's the double
Had
Gibbons,
Plato.
I imagine? It's
Had
when someone
Plato
overlimps
called
with aces?
No. Had Plato called that 2.8 million Griffin, that would have been the double Gibbons. The double Gibbons is to limp under the gun, and if there is then a raise behind you and you flat that raise, that is the double Gibbons.
But the Gibbons aspect of it is just the act of limping. It's not like if you're trapping or if you're set mining.
It is specifically
act of
limping under the gun, normally with a speculative hand that you're hoping to see a cheap flop with.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
But specifically from under the gun. And the double Gibbons is if you're prepared to call a single raise to get to that flop. So Makarovich opens with the Grafton 10-9 suited. Not much for anyone else. Diamond, Saro, Ace 10.
don't continue in this hand, Plato. Yeah, a lot of pre-flop mistakes from Plato so far in this final table. Entering pots they probably shouldn't. If there is one thing I've learned about Plato is that they're really willing to get a bit creative post-flop, and that's something you need to do. If you're going to be sort of a bit of a pre-flop calling station, as it were, someone who wants to see a lot of flops in scenarios that they probably maybe shouldn't, you got to have a couple of post-flop tricks in your bag, and does elect to float the Queen 8 brick board. Now, if the turn wasn't a king, giving Diamond Zero more equity, more inclination to barrel, maybe the turn could have been a brick and Diamond Zero could have check folded to Plato, and we all would have thought, look at this genius.
Blinds up in 1 minute's time. And everyone's going to get a whole lot shallower. Kind of thought by this point we'd had more than one bust out from this final table, Griffin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's pick it up, people. Let's see some aggression.
Well, half the field is around that 20 big blind or less mark. So depending on card distribution, could see some fireworks.
Well, top pair remains good. And here we go, 300, 600. New blind level.
And what was once about 3 20 big blind stacks have now turned into 15 big blind stacks.
Oh, this is interesting. Ace-King for Eka. Ace-Queen for Makarevich.
Yeah, I would like Makarevich to call here. Not just saying that because we can see the cards, but you don't really want to be getting in 25 big blinds here with those other short stacks. Once Echo shoves here, you should really expect your opponent to be pretty bladed. And ace-queen suited is actually going to be behind that range. Yeah, you're going to be flipping against jacks and tens, maybe some nines, 4-bet shoving, but a lot of ace-kings. But just a call from Echo.
Wow.
Wow, I think may have saved Makarevich the other 12 million if we just get a brick run out here. Ooh.
Okay, this might speed things up a little bit. Ace on the turn. Checks again.
Yeah, with Makarevich having the lead here. Ooh, wow.
Someone put some chips in.
Well, I can promise you there'll be a bet now. The question is, will it be Echo or Makarevich? And it's going to be Makarevich now, to the tune of, probably something in the 5-6 million range, and that's even smaller.
3.46. I tell you what, I know that officially, Griffin, Makarevich lost that pot, but that's going to feel like a win. Imagine how much more you could have lost.
Yeah, I think Echo played that. Quite passively.
Anyway, has managed to chip up to nearly 24 million, almost tied for the chip lead right now with Diamond Sarrow, who finds themselves heads up to the flop against Beto. Ace-6 versus King-10.
And kind of a must-shove spot here for NoFX Pretty significantly, the short stack on this final table. You have 7.5 big blinds. You got Queen-Jack suited. You're going to expect to be called a lot of the time, especially with the bounty in play. But actually, this situation, going to get it through.
Came from behind, commented, they need to skip a few blind levels and go straight to 500k 1 million. Too much slow playing right now, and I guess by slow playing means just cautious playing. And I get it, right? Because the money jumps are real, the money jumps are big. But it does feel extraordinarily passive. And that's not a criticism, it's just an observation. It just doesn't make for the best viewing.
Now this hand, the question really becomes, is NoFX willing to call off this min-raise to try to flop some equity? But actually, out of the bushes comes Echo, and a couple tricks up their sleeve considering the passivity that Echo showed in that other hand with Ace-King, but finds the 3-bet with Jack-9. And I think that's really a great example, James, of, we can see a hand like the Ace-King, Ace-Queen in a vacuum and be like, okay, well, Echo, clearly doesn't understand. They need to shove there. Like, they should have got value. They should have doubled up this and that. Well, for whatever reason, Echo really wanted to play that hand passively, maybe very scared to bust, wanted to induce bluffs, didn't think a worse hand would call if, you decided to check shove that river with the ace-king. But there are going to be some things that Echo might do better than other players, like find that Jack-9 spot, recognize that Beto, is going to have a wider range in that spot because NoFX is so sort of jailed. Now NoFX with the pocket nines facing that 20 big blind effective shove, sitting there with just 7.5, 8. Think this is going to be a notch too good to consider folding. I think you can mix in some folds with 7s and 8s and maybe some ace jacks even, because Dam's shove is very, very strong. And that's the inherent problem for NoFX, and I think why, he might be considering letting it go and does. That isn't pocket sixes that's shoving there for 20 big blinds with no fixito stack. That's a very big ace, or maybe even something like 10s.
Yeah. Well, Chris has wings does point out that unfortunately these guys are playing to make money, not to make entertainment, which is why I said not a criticism, just an observation of how they're playing right now. Not faulting them for the moves they're making, but understandably, as we watch this with nothing invested, we want action because we're sickos.
We are sickos. And we should get some action from NoFX, but unfortunately, no one else is getting dealt anything of note. I think that if Plato had diamond stack, I think might consider calling off with Jack-9 suited. But certainly, when it represents 80% of the stack, you're not going to put it in with Jack-9 suited. And it would be a very, very bad scenario here with the ace-9 of hearts.
Yeah.
But Plato really thinking about it. I mean, Plato loves putting chips into the middle. This would be a grave error, surely. So I don't know where the consideration is coming from. Maybe it's just the bounty. Maybe it's a mental rule in your own head when you face an all-in of this size and see the bounty. You think, well, maybe I'm supposed to call here, but would not be the right decision. And 70% of the time, it would be the wrong result.
Come on, Plato. Give us a thrill. Nah, lets it go. What do you think about this comment from Dirk? These guys are playing to not lose instead of win.
I'm inclined to disagree a little bit. I mean, I think if we only look at that Echo hand, that's certainly an argument you can make. But, following that up with a Jack-9 offsuit 3-bet, we see Plato flatting things like Ace-6 suited, 9-10 suited. So a couple of them are ready to splash around. Not to mention Diamond Sarah has been playing its chip lead very well. Big trouble here for the Russian Biak 88. Really unfortunate. It's such a great spot to find King-Queen suited. The cutoff for 13 big blinds, and you're just in bad, bad shape. Johnny, here's Johnny.
Nope. Emperor and a KO. Biak 88 busted in 8th place, takes us down to 7. Beto takes the bounty and moves up to 24 million.
And now a who's going to blink first between NoFX and Plato, both sitting on pretty much exactly 10 big blinds, but the big blind in itself is going to hit NoFX next hand.
Yeah, no FX. The shortest stack at this table, actually pretty much tied at the bottom of the table with Plato, both with 10 bigs. And now NoFX posts the big blind. Eka Okazia shoves on Nerfexito, who can't call this off with Jack 6. Jack 10 suited for Plato.
Now, how does
But
Plato...
the
Oh,
raise
wow,
comes from
finds a
diamond.
quick fold. Okay, we've seen some weird calls
Yeah.
from Plato, but I guess the line is drawn at 10 big blinds. I like this call from Beto. Has no real reason to 3-bet and get in 40 big blinds against the other chip leader. Of course,
But it
Diamond
would be
wouldn't be shoving.
fun. I want to
This flop's
see a
pretty fun,
ridiculously
too.
unnecessary flip with Ace-King versus 6s when two players have
Plato.
got 10 big blind stacks. It's the kind of
Plato's
sickness
killing
we live
themselves
for.
now. Yeah, it's true. Plato not happy about folding this monster.
Although Beto has a lot of equity right now. Now Plato looks like a genius. Am I right?
Whew.
I mean, can 6s stand another bet? Dirk hates to break this tube, but no FXito folded the 6 of clubs. You can't have it.
Some pause from Diamond Zero, but I think that they're always going to find that fold is the play here.
Makes sense.
Okay, Noah Fixito, this is the one, pal. And we can see that it will almost surely go through. King 6 suited, not much to lose. But I could just see Noah Fixito folding. Oh, does put it in.
Right.
Great job.
And gets 2 quick folds from the blinds. Chips up over the 6 million mark. Oh! And now we have Ace-King for Plato, who's in the big blind.
Yeah, and I think a very good
Oka
chance
opens 9-8.
that we see an all-in here, James, in a call. It is only about 10 big blinds, and with that 21.57 bounty, I think Echo's going to decide to go for it, and does. Can need a 9 or an
King
8.
Holds, and that is
Not
going to be
gonna
a
get
double
there.
up for Plato. Up to 12.2 million, and I guess that's bad news for No FX, who's now left by themselves at the bottom end of the table with a 10 big blind stack. Ace-King versus Ace-5. There's 6s at the top. There's a little bit of potential here. There's the opening raise from the Ace-King. How is Makaravich? Wow. Snap folds the Ace-5.
Yeah, no sourdough today. Beta Haas does elect to call in the big blind, and bang! Bingo bongo! You wanted action, James? Mid-set and a nut flush draw. Playing about 37 big blinds effective. If Beto takes an aggressive line here, I mean, we could see a shove from Echo. If Beto makes it close to 4, I would like to see Echo just call facing a check raise here, but man, it's hard not to just put it in there.
Absolutely. There's the raise to 4.1 million, called by the Ace-King. Full house now for Beto, and Eka drawing dead.
Yeah, just a great turn card for Echo, because I think it's a card that will convince them that they don't need to continue facing pretty much any size here on the turn. You know, you're You're obviously drawing dead against sixes and some deuces call as well. But, oh, that price. Oh. It's tough. If you just think you're against a dry queen, you think all your club outs are pure, is it worth it to call the 30%? Great fold.
And Beto moves up over 32.5 million as the blinds move up to 350,000, 700,000. We have got the pocket rockets for Diamond Sarrow and the snowman's num num for Beto.
Plato. Plato. I feel like a weird 3-bet's gonna come right here. To like 4 million.
What is Plato doing? No, Plato, what are you doing?
I told you it was coming.
Okay, well,
man.
I guess the 8s are now irrelevant, right? Because everyone else is folding. Diamond Sarrow's going to snap
Oh, he's
call,
going to feel
and
so
Plato,
silly.
Back into the cave for you, sir. Time for Plato's retreat. Gone. In 6th place. 7th place, rather. Taking us down to the final 6. And now we have got a new chip leader, Diamond Sarrow, playing 40 million at the start of this hand.
Yeah, and good for Diamond Sarrow to right away be like, okay, now I really have the chip lead. We're getting shorthanded. First hand back, no hesitation. 7-4 suited, pop it up. Got the ace-9 from the small blind to fold. Did get the defend from the short stacked no FXito, but actually gets a woohoo!
Well,
that is a straight.
It is a straight. No FXito drawing dead. However, I kind of feel
that's
again.
a poor bad.
But No FXito is kind of winning now, Griffin. Kind of free rolling. Had no right to ladder up a spot, but was gifted that ladder by Plato, who bizarrely, when everyone else is playing so cautiously, just thought ICM schmicm. Fold. And Diamond Sarrow increases their chip lead up to 43.5 million. No FXito is on life support right now.
And Beto,
if this gets folded to the small blind, I guess it all goes in here, and if you're Macca, you don't even look.
Yeah, with the bounty over $1,000, just 4 big blinds. Can you get a jack or a 6? There it is.
Jack ball. Another KO. No FXito. No longer in this tournament. Out in 6th place. And that will take us down to the final 5.
And how quickly it can go.
So that means damn for 666 is now the low man at the table with 10 million. Macca has reclaimed the red target, by the way, worth $4,164. Seven, 8 versus 5 deuce, and would you believe it, 5 deuce flops best.
Beto, an opportunity here to just keep on representing this texture. You know, sometimes it can become a bit obvious. You just limp in, suddenly you start betting on the ace high, but damn so often going to have a deuce, maybe a queen that might fold by the turn or river. But Beto decides with this no equity hand to just let damn have it.
Yeah. Okay, so we have someone watching the stream, Griffin, with the username Beto Hasuza, who is shouting Empura. And I can't tell if this is a tribute account or if this is the player themselves.
It's him. It's him.
I love
for
the fact you
sure.
just reached that conclusion immediately. My gut instinct is to be cynical, and your gut instinct is to go, it must be him.
Well, a tribute account would have to require someone to be friends with Beto and then make an account of, like, pretty much the full name. You know what I mean? Or what? They were already a big fan and already had the name? Okay, well, how do they even know about the tournament and how are they a fan? That would suggest that that Beto probably knows about this, so it's just more likely to be Beto, I think. That's my deduction. Watson.
Detective Benger.
Was Robert Downey Jr. playing British in those Sherlock Holmes movies?
Yes, I believe it was.
How was his accent? Probably well trained.
Acceptable, considering the movies were a very kind of fantastical,
Bizarro world. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of they're very exaggerated. I enjoyed them both, by the way. I'm not saying they were bad films, and I'm not a huge Guy Ritchie fan, but I actually thought the Sherlock Holmes movies were pretty good.
Pretty nice flop for Beto, having opened this hand. Didn't want to sort of limp such a weak holding, elected to instead just go for a raise. Wanted to put a little pressure on their opponent here, and it does work out. And now Dam 4 666 below the 10 million mark.
Oh, damn.
Ooh. Good spot for Dam here to get a shove through. And I think positionally, it's going to be very hard for Diamond Cerro to find a call here. But that bounty of 2,800 represents about 20% of your stack. Just going to know when you call here, so often you're up against something like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, 2 10s, hands that really crush you. You're never calling and ahead really here unless you're up against maybe King Queen suited, some King Queen off. So I think we probably will see a fold here, but it'd be pretty cool if they just went for it and called. Well, that's not going to work. Makarevich. It's not
Nice try,
going to work
though.
at all.
Hey, Griffin, there's the prospect of a chop here. Queen 6 versus Queen 6.
Yeah, and Joe's not here to bring us down. We're going to get straight 10s from these people. Oh, no.
Alas, Beto decided he was done with the hand. Okay, well, we've got 10s for Diamond Sarro, who is chip leader right now with 46 million at the start of this hand. Opens to 1.5, and Dam with ace-9 suited. Obviously, we've got Beto still to act on the button with Queen Jack. Flats, and that puts dead money out there. And if I'm Dam, Griffin, I'm ripping.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is Beto can have a pretty strong hand here that they don't want to raise. Something like ace-jack off, ace-10, pocket eights, pocket nines, even pocket tens would flat in Beto's shoes. But actually, Diamond Sarah is the one with the monster, and Dam is in big trouble, needs some help on the turn. An ace on the river doesn't come, and before ended, James.
Barry Greenstein does not deliver, and Dam 466 is KO'd in 5th place. Yes, Griffin, 4 players remain, and Diamond Sarrow now has 60 million chips. Diamond Sarrow almost has a 2-to-1 advantage on Beto Has, who sits in 2nd place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and playing an excellent final table. Really, using the aggression of the chip lead selectively. I thought made a couple of great opens, couple great post-flop decisions like the check back with the 4-7. So it's all coming up as this limp I hope will get shoved on by Makarovich. Nice little trap laid there. It's not easy to pre-flop trap something like ace-8, but blind-on-blind battles against chip leaders that might have a no-equity hand that wants to ISO, that's right in the pocket. That's in the Q zone.
Well, King 9 still good, but 9-8 does have a straight draw.
Yeah, don't count out Makarovich here with that gut shot to the straight.
Makarovich pairing their 9 on the turn, but obviously it's 2-pair for Beto, who now has a lock on this.
Have not confirmed this with anyone in the team, but Lonan00 says, just a reminder, the Diamond Sarrow average buy-in is $1.80. Again, have not checked the Shark Scope, but interesting little information there. A weird thing to lie about, But that would make the performance of Diamond Sarrow all the more special.
Yeah. Ace 7 all in, Jack 9 folds, and Eka Oka Zia getting on the short side now.
Bit surprised to see Echo not considering a shove here. I don't necessarily know if it would have gotten through for 16 big blinds, but when you have a pair and you have an opponent that's raising something like 80% of the hands, you're going to get a lot of folds from your pair shoves there for that many chips. And I think anything sort of south of 9 million would be a snap call. 10 million is going to be a call, but after some consideration, and a big double up for Echo.
Absolutely, that was Domination Nation with no rotation, and Eka Okazaya now up over 21 million, no longer the shortest stack. Diamond Sarrow still chip leader with more than 50 million.
Now you have to imagine Beto's going to come out blasting here, but in the event that finds a call, no, of course, going to be 3-betting here. Who's George Lazenby?
Who's George? George Lazenby was James Bond in Her Majesty's Secret Service, which, despite his mediocre performance, is one of the best of the Bond films. Got the blinds going up now to 400,000, 800,000. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Andrew says, I liked On Her Majesty's Secret Service. Yeah, it's a really, really good film. Lazenby was not great, I think, given the opportunity. Had he not made some stupid decisions and stayed in the role, I think he could have grown. I think he would have become more comfortable. But
so he quit because he didn't feel comfortable with the role?
He quit because he was poorly advised. He quit because he thought he was a star now and didn't need the Bond movies. He quit because he was told by a friend that Bond wasn't going to last. But yeah, On Her Majesty's Secret Service is a really solid movie. It's probably the most faithful adaptation of any of the books, and it's probably the best book in the series.
Have you read all the books?
Multiple times.
Nice. But this one, for instance, isn't based on a book. It's just they're now making stuff up.
Again, there's elements from at least one of the books in there, but again, I'm not going to say any more. I said I wouldn't discuss it, and we're not going to do spoilers. Brygen, Pierce Brosnan was a true Bond. Incorrect, but thank you for your comment.
Gonna get a call. I mean, again, dominated, but look at the... Oh! Straight to hell!
Rotation. And Makarevich is the victim of domination rotation and goes out in 4th place, and we are down to 3.
Yeah, really explosive action since about the last time you complained about it, James. I mean, it's really, and that's the great thing about this beautiful game is that, you know, you were right to say that, you know, things weren't exactly riveting and going a bit slow, but, you know, all of a sudden the card distribution and a couple of moves here and there, and suddenly we're three-handed. And look at the aggression, and this is just, I mean, this is not the actions of a $1.80 player, in my humble opinion. This is really sort of bladed, kind of particular hand selection for different moves. That's something like a single king blocker to 3-bet from the big blind. This is the kind of stuff that you learn about in Pio. And so Diamond Saro playing absolutely brilliantly. But that's also the very interesting thing about, you know, one of the themes of the broadcast today, discussing, you know, how many people sort of study and this and that. I mean, this simply might be a player who has put in a lot of work and done a lot of study and just didn't really have the bankroll to move up, and maybe found all the way into this event through satellite structure. And now gets to use all the tricks they've learned. It's the kind of card that, oh, and yeah, I mean, this is what you do. This is the thing that they teach you when you watch the videos. When you're range, when you're defending in the big blind, and then you call, and then the turn pairs the middle card, and it's better for your range, you lead, and then you make a flush on the river.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
So Diamond Saro is going to extend their chip lead after the conclusion of this hand. Will they extract another 5.7 million from Beto? No, but it's 66 million for Diamond Saro, 38.5 million for Beto Has, and just shy of 15 million for Eka Okazia.
Ooh, and we're going to have a very big all-in here, James. This is just perfectly set up for a 30 million chip. Let's go heads up afterwards kind of situation. You want the nines or the ace-queen, James?
I'll take the nines. He says based on the flop, which is all low,
yeah.
and nines do hold, and we get the KO of Eka Okazia. The Russian eliminated in third place. Here we go, Griffin. We are heads up, the final two. Beto Has from Brazil versus Diamond Saro, who says Vamos. Empura! Diamond Saro playing from Uzbekistan with the significant advantage, 82 million versus 37 million.
Very impressive performance by both of these players. Diamond Saro's played a pretty much perfect final table. Really, really impressive. Beto has been a little more like subtle. He kind of found a way into the spot playing very, very strong, but hasn't had to, flex a big chip lead or anything like that, and just sort of found themselves heads up all of a sudden. I mean, it's incredible how quickly it went from 8 players to 2, but here we are.
Good luck, mate, and a heart. I love this. Loving the hearts. I'm feeling the love this evening. I'm liking both these players, and yeah, we are in a situation now, and we've commented on the fact that at various points for a long period of time, this tournament was pretty shallow, but now we've got that consolidation, and there is the potential for this heads-up battle to go the distance. The final bounty on the line, we can work it out, 7,700 multiplied by 2, that is 15,400 plus 2,165 times 2, let's call it 4,400. So, what are we talking about? The better part of 20 grand. They're playing for the better part of 20k in this heads-up battle.
Great flop here for Diamond Saro, and a great opportunity to extend the chip lead. Now guaranteed.
Diamond Saro increases their advantage. 5 deuce on the button opens. Queen 4 for Beto.
And once again, Diamond Saro has outflopped Beto. As Beto slips to just 40 big blinds to the well over 80 of Diamond Saro, getting 3-bet right away. And that's another aspect of card distribution that's so funny, James, is that, sometimes you just get, even when you're playing 95% of buttons heads up, you get the one combination that you fold and your opponent has a pair. As we saw with 3-8 for Diamond Saro against the 4s for Beto Has.
And we get 7-3 versus 10-6. And it's a pair of 10s for Beto. And look at this. Diamond Saro continuing the aggression with just 7 high, gets called. And Diamond Sarro barrels for 3.6 million. At this point, your 10 is starting to shrink in value.
Yeah, this is an excellent 2-barrel here. Does Diamond Sarro have a third bet? You know that 7 on the river is pretty much useless, and goes for it. I mean, he's good, man. Diamond Sarro is really, really, really good. I don't know what to tell you here.
But if Beto can call this, Griffin, Beto's also pretty good. If Beto can make a hero call here, all hail the Brazilian.
I mean, you
and
shouldn't
all
really
around.
call with this. You know, you have the 6 of clubs as well. You're blocking some of the, club draws. Let's just say Sarro had something like 6-5 of clubs. All the 6x club combos are taken out because you have the 6 of clubs.
Well, 15 seconds left to make a decision. Definitely thinking about it.
Bit of a timing or sizing tell. These guys play with each other
Clearly
all day.
Suspicious.
Wow!
Makes a call. What a call!
Incredible.
And that is going to take us to the break. And as we go on hiatus, it is Diamond Sarro who still has the advantage, but not as big an advantage as before. 68.8 million for the player from Uzbekistan. Beto has from Brazil playing 51 million. So, they have evened out. Right now, Diamond Sarro has locked up 15 million in bounties. Beto has guaranteed $15,000. $4,000 for Beto has in bounties. Of course, the final bounty worth around 20,000. Joe's back with us. And guys, let's talk about the 2 players we have here in this heads-up battle. And let's start with the player who has the chip lead, the player who made that 3-barrel bluff in that last hand, Diamond Sarro from Uzbekistan. This is a fairly new account on PokerStars, and this is a player who, understandably, is mostly a microstakes player, however, has played a lot of satellites, so I guess Griffin understands the concept of ICM. Prior to this, the biggest buy-in they played was $55. Best result came in a bounty builder event earlier this year, a $44 bounty builder, 16th place for $825. So guaranteed their best score. And I know some people get suspicious when they're saying, oh, this player who's new. But, just because you play microstakes doesn't mean you haven't got skills, doesn't mean you can't play good situations, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that it does lend to a bit of suspicion, just from how well Diamond Sarro seems to be playing, not playing stakes higher than sort of $2 normally. I mean, just some of the tendencies are just so on point. But like we discussed while we were watching it, the reality is just like you said. There's a lot of information out there. Someone could be studying a lot. A lot of this stuff could be second nature to them, and they feel very comfortable in the moment. It seems to be going really well. I mean, the kind of confidence to, be calling on the flop and then leading the turn when the middle card pairs, and 3-barrel bluffing with absolute air because you know that card's better for your range and you're targeting a 10, and just stuff that's like pretty advanced concepts that we're not used to seeing at, $55 buy-ins for the average player, let alone the $2. But we're here in the Sunday Million, and the reality is there's 12,000 people that enter that, and there's a lot of unsung heroes that are sort of getting their shot, and sometimes they just shine.
Yeah, and a good point here from Stalking Geek, who says you play millions of hands in the microstakes with so many tournaments. Joe, Beto has made that phenomenal hero call, the last hand of the previous session. A mid-stakes player from Brazil, a PKO specialist, no kidding. Best online result came in 2019, that $11 bounty builder that was worth $11,250, and that was a win for Beto has in that event. But also, I mean, I know it's hard for players to show personality at the online tables, but the cry of Empura has got the crowd on Beto has his side.
Yeah, I mean, how little does it take these days to stand out? How little?
Right.
One word is all it takes for everyone. We have a new people's champion. Now, to be perfectly honest, The micro stakes history of Empura's competitor, I also find very compelling. So I kind of feel like we're in a spot right now, which rarely happens, that we're free rolling as far as viewers of this tournament is concerned. We've got Empura, we've got the passionate Brazilian, and we have got the Uzbekistani micro stakes grinder playing for potentially life-changing money. This is a hell of a matchup. I am so glad that I am here for it, and we've got nearly even stacks as we come out of this break.
That's very true. It did get almost even. Not quite even. As we mentioned, Diamond Sarah is still with the advantage, but not that shallow either. And again, just to highlight the fact that during the mid stages, this thing did slow down, and it got very shallow even as we came into the final table. But then we saw a lot of eliminations during that last half hour, 45 minutes. We're now heads up. There is still a decent amount of play in this, and it is very much anyone's game. And I, for one, am interested to see how this heads up battle plays out. So we're going to return you to the final table of this Bounty Builder Series event, this special edition of the Sunday Million. I'm going to take a break, but I'll leave you with Joe and Griffin to call the action.
Hello, my babies. Heads up for the Sunday Million, the Bounty Builder Series Special Edition Empura. 800,000 is your big blind.
And that break, probably pretty big for Diamond Sarah. Great opportunity. You know, the first misstep of the final table, and misstep is so relative because it was such a great bluff, such a great three-barrel bluff that would otherwise work against such a huge percentage of the playing population. Not just
Jack
on the river, by the way, but like that turn call as Beto turns the second nut straight here with the 9-10. That turn call was quite a big barrel, and the board was what? Queen 10 king, calling with the 10-6. So I think that the break probably served Diamond Sarah well to just sort of reset and maybe take stock of the moment and recognize, okay, I still have the chip lead, can't win every hand, every bluff can't get through, you know, or I'm not bluffing enough, and you know, just tip your cap and get to work.
Well, Beto has gotten to work so far here after the break. Turned a gut shot and maybe overestimated the strength of Diamond Sarah's hand because went for almost a full pot bet on the turn. And Jack-9 is going to be beating 8-9 here.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about when you sort of turn a straight like Beto has in that previous hand with the 9-10 is that you unblock all the pairs your opponent can have, so you want to sort of bet big.
I was just about to say that. Oh my God, I was just about to say you unblock all the big cards.
Really?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was like, I bet Griffin's going to say you unblock all the big cards, and then you said it. That's awesome. Oh my God.
Oh, you're learning. You believe in blockers.
He's doing it, guys.
You're doing it, Peter.
I believe
it's
in
really
unblocking.
You believe in unblocking.
3, 4, 5,
okay,
6.
that's very clear.
Yeah. Ace 3.
Ooh.
Ace 3, 3, 3.
Yeah, and
That's
the kind of
3
board
threes.
that, you know, I think Diamond Sarah wants to see a river. A bit surprised I don't see a bet from Sarah here, but this is a very valid way to play this hand. You're not going to get folds from ace highs and stuff like that, no matter how much you bet. So Sarah might actually want to play this as just a check call on the turn, maybe some check raises, but very passively, and hey, lost the minimum.
Hold on, they could lose more. They could misread their hand. They could try to bluff with 10 high. Probably not much of a chance they're going to bluff with 10 high or misread their hand. But, okay, you win this round. Hey, even Stevens, my babies.
Doing, doing.
So, Griffin, I assume that you are favoring Diamond Sarah a little bit here, given the compliments I've heard you send their direction. I don't mean favoring on a personal level, but just in a sort of statistical who's going to win this heads up more often.
No,
like
I mean, well,
Ooh.
no.
Ooh.
I think that
Ooh.
I think when you see such a romantic gesture as Beto has his call down against Diamond Cerro, it's hard not to root for Beto.
We have nature versus nurture here, it looks like.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've been very impressed by Diamond Cerro's play on the entire final table, but Beto's got that, like, you know, hero energy.
Je ne sais quoi.
And that's, yeah. You know?
Impura.
Like, Diamond Cerro seems like the kind of guy you want to, like, you know, go to his place and study ICM charts with, you know? But Beto, you know, not
Beto
sure.
is the place that you want to study an FHM
I want to go on,
calendar
I
with.
want to, exactly, yeah. Or, like, go on a date, you know?
Well, blinds are up 500,000, a million.
Roger that. You get that joke, Joe?
Roger that. Not specifically, no.
That's what 10-4 is in the Army. Roger that. It's got the 10-4.
Oh, I see. Got it.
It's super funny.
10-4
Just
is radio lingo.
yeah,
just the
radio
Army.
lingo joke.
That's why they call it the good buddy hand. 10-4, over and out, good buddy. Hey, Joe, if you made it to heads-up play, what would your strategy be? I'm curious. Make the most hands. That would be my strategy. Run hotter than my opponent. Because no matter how good my opponent plays, if I run hotter than they do, they can't win.
On my break, I watched an episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Are you like a big 9-9 guy? Because you always do the 9-9 thing with me.
I've seen a lot of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yeah, I think I'm caught up until the most recent season, maybe.
Cool. So
The problem is when I binge watch shows is that they don't stick. Ooh, got away with one there. They don't stay with me the same way as if I watch a show like week to week or just like 2 episodes. When I watch like 4 or 5 in a row, it's just kind of all like nothing penetrates. It just sort of bounces off the dome.
Yeah. Brooklyn Nine-Nine is kind of my, like, do the dishes show. Is it like I'm not like I mean listen, I think a couple of the performances are great. I think the writing can be really strong. I think Sandberg is hysterical, but it's you know, it's a bit disposable for me. I'm on like season 5, but I've been slowly grinding it out, sort of, you know, an episode every few days for like years. I'm not on the binge for it.
It's a phone show for me that, like, I'll pick
Yeah,
up my phone
exactly.
once or twice
Yeah.
during the show. Yeah.
Yeah. Diamond Cerro falling into it now, and this has potential to change things up.
It does. Tournament chip lead now belongs to Beto. Oh, wow, look at this. This is a heads-up hand right here, my babies. 2 7s against ace-queen suited.
Yeah, and depending on Diamond Cerro's sizing, I mean, Beto, no, they're too deep. I think Beto's just going to call here. You know, if Diamond Cerro had maybe 35, 40 big blinds behind, Beto might just blast it in with the 7s to establish sort of heads-up dominance. But I don't think he's going to do that for this many chips.
Well, both players miss. 7's still ahead. Only has to fade the turn and river now. Well, 2 overcards, but a good check. Now has to fade the river and a lot more rivers.
And that's a big daddy bet. And you're sitting there as Beto and you think, if Diamond Cerro just had ace-queen or ace-king off or ace-10, would he really check the flop and bet pot on the turn? And that is why Beto makes the fold, and I don't blame them. Sinister8601 says, I've watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine from start to finish at least 12 times. That is so strong. That's so many times. That's
We're
like
talking 8 seasons, 22 episodes, so that's 12 and a half hours. That's 150 hours you've spent watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It's a lot of hours. This time, the pair belongs to Diamond Cerro, and this time, the overcards have hit for Beto.
Wait, so... Okay, so... Wait, did you do that math right? Because if it's like 3 episodes per hour, basically, and it's 22
I was
episodes...
counting them as 30. I was counting them as 30-minute episodes.
Okay.
I guess if I'm
And you
counting
think
them
you got
as
that
like
math
22
right?
minutes, which they are.
Because you think the
Well,
whole
there's like
series is only 12 and a half hours? Does that
No,
sound right?
no. No, one season is 12 and a half hours.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. So if one season is 12 and a half hours, he did that 8 times 12.
Right, I was saying it's like 150 hours
Oh. Just for one season.
Yeah.
So 150 hours times, he said at least a dozen. Let's say
not
that's
for one season.
14. Yeah, 2,100 hours of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That's impressive. Yeah.
Three spades on the flop, both players with a
Miracle.
spade.
Miracle Johnson remarks, imagine doubting the human calculator.
I know, it's so weird that anyone would doubt me.
I'm so sorry. It's actually really
Unbelievable.
embarrassing. Here comes Beto!
I was thinking 150 hours times 8. And Kegger Panther
what
got
did I do?
180 hours. 7s again for Beto.
Oh, maybe I did the math wrong.
It's okay. It's easy to do.
150.
Also, I was overestimating the length of the episodes.
Yeah, it's 20-minute episodes. There's 3 episodes per hour. And there's 22 episodes. 3 episodes per hour.
So we'll call it 7 hours.
22 divided by 3, yeah. So 7 hours
7 times
7
8
hours
times 12.
times
56
8,
times 12.
56 times 672 hours. 69 hours.
But how many
Still a
days?
lot.
Yeah, we should pause the action until we figure this out. Good call, Floodboard. We'll get to the bottom of this.
How does that work? Can we pause this? How does this?
Should I just text Andy Samberg and ask him how many hours it is?
Oh my God! You don't have Andy Samberg. Yeah, I would be so jealous that you had Andy Samberg's freaking number in your phone. I would move to LA right now. Just block out the number and just show me the phone. Let me see the name.
I do not have Andy Samberg's number.
Oh. Would have been great if
I'm
you were
trying to
so
think
good
if
at blind.
I probably couldn't get it either.
If you could blind put like change one of the names on your phone like while you're talking to me, and then you could show me. Like if you were just so good at your phone, you knew how to like change the name of someone and just like make it look like you did have the number.
Yeah,
And then I moved to LA and we moved in together. Is that weird?
It's not the kind of thing that I would lie about.
No. Beto, you know you got a 3-betting hand. Saro, you know you got a calling hand. Let's go to the flop.
Top pair for Beto. Only backdoors for Diamond. And Beto adds a little bit to the chip lead. Beto, you can fold this. You can just fold it. There you go. Guys, I'm not going to lie. I thought that Squid Games or whatever it is was a reality show, like a competition show. And so
Wait,
I sat through the...
before you watched it?
Yeah, like, I watched 3 movies on Saturday night, and we were looking for something, like, just kind of light afterward. And 4 is holding pretty good here after flopping a set. Yeah. And so I thought I was watching something like The Floor is Lava. And so we sat through that thing at the beginning, full house on the turn, you know, the sort of explainer of what the Squid Game is. And then the very next scene is like a very clearly like a super dramatic scripted TV show. And I was like, oh, we don't have the attention span for this right now. So we turned it off.
Oh, that's too bad.
It was a reedy. I couldn't handle a reedy. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. It was too late to start a reedy.
Mm-hmm.
Bamu.
LSD Molecule remarks, it's not bad, but not sure how it's the most popular show ever. Well, thank you for representing the full scope of what happens whenever there's the most popular show ever. The people that say they don't get it. We need you. You keep it's about equilibrium, Molecule. We got to keep this thing balanced. No matter how good a show is, we need people like you to be like, I don't know if it's that good. Like I talked to 2 people recently that were just like, yeah, Ted Lasso's like good, but like I don't know, is it like really like that great? Like it's okay. We need you. We need all of us. Keep this discourse in line.
Beto getting aggro with King Trey, dominating. Chip lead once again belongs to Diamond Cerro.
Dan Quika says, Squid Game was good until episode 6, and I've literally watched 5. That's such a buzzkill. That's so specific how much he just buzzkilled me.
Diamond stationing with a pair of 7s. Another club on the turn. One more club would be good for Beto.
Yeah, and such an interesting dynamic between these 2 players because that incredible hero call, has made, I think, both of them suspicious of each other. You know, knowing how capable each is. The fact that Diamond Cerro was bluffing in that spot. The fact Beto has it in the tool belt to call not only that river but that turn. And right here, again, Diamond Cerro calls the turn with 3rd pair on the 3-club board. They're sticky in the right spots, and that's a nice little lead for Diamond Cerro.
And another 3-betting hand is being 3-bet by Beto. Takes it down pre-flop. And we have a flop for the first time in a little while. Ace high is winning. Just a fold from the 9-4. Ace 10 this time for Cerro. And King 6 flops an open ender and turns it.
The kicks.
Beto tends to go big in these spots. Hopefully this time, okay. Still 3/4 pot.
Yeah, there isn't much you can do here as Diamond Cerro, even if sometimes you think, ooh, you can do that. Ooh, stinky.
Diamond Cerro just getting a little out of line here. Some very bad timing. Beto has it, and the river is an ace. This could be very, very bad for Diamond Cerro.
Well, I think it creates an easy check scenario
nice
for
one.
Diamond Cerro. So
Nice.
actually
Yep.
a pretty good river.
Good river.
Gives a lot of showdown
I
value,
should have known better. I should have known that Diamond Cerro would check back hitting that ace in the river. I'm thinking about what someone like me would do. And go, well, now I
better bet and
definitely
get
have
some
it.
value from that 7 they have.
Right, exactly. I should have known better. And that jack is going to be good. Beto did retake the lead. Gotta be feeling pretty good about your jack in this spot. Maybe try to get one little bluff out of Beto. Does not oblige, and Diamond Cerro nipping at the heels again.
Fair fight. 61 big blinds to 58.
Beto's going to put in a raise with 5 deuce. We're going to see a flop with queen deuce suited. Queen high flop.
And a 2 would be a
T.S.
lot of
Loy,
fun,
who
Joe.
keeps asking, are you planning on doing these every week? Now, we've been doing them every week for, I don't know, 8 months. So I guess yes is the answer to your question. Thank you for it. Closer to a year. So I guess if that counts as every week, I don't know. Was that enough? Pair of 5's good here. Just kidding. They don't beat queens. But will the 5s call? No. Diamond Sarah back on top, and the blinds are rising. 1.2 million. Queen 10 versus Ace King. 2 pair for Beto. Gut shot and 2 perceived overs for Diamond Sarah.
Yeah, and no chance Diamond
call,
Sarah is going to fold to. No, you got to check raise here. The 2 diamonds.
You got to raise.
You want to get more money in the pot, yeah. I mean, Diamond Sarah's probably not even going to fold Ace King high. Got 2 overs with the gut shot. Oh,
There's the re-raise. Well,
don't
I think
agree with
Beto,
this.
Beto
think
has a pretty
Sarah
easy. Yeah.
showing
Go on, Griff.
showing some signs. Well, no, just showing a bit of signs of maybe
Overconfidence.
some of the low stakes sort of amateurish moves. I mean, what? Oh my
Oh, makes the
goodness! And
call.
calls it off.
And that's a
Drawing
full house
dead.
on the turn.
Oh my God!
Beto doubles up and leaves
doing?
Diamond Sarah with nearly 0. Like 4 big blinds.
That is wild. I mean, the People's Champ. The People's
here we
Champ
go,
has pretty
gang.
much done it.
Flipping for the potential win. 3's holding. 3's open-ended. 3's double up. Okay.
That was something.
Empura. And Diamond Sarah is still very, very short. Fewer than 10 bigs. Well, I'll tell you what. Beto has had the heart and the commitment. And is really
Does
sort
he have
of...
a chance to come back?
Diamond Sarah
Nice.
Limsink gets
Beto
shoved on.
making all
As
the right
Diamond,
decisions.
yeah. Ace-5 of diamonds for Diamond Sarah. This could be their lucky hand. The Diamond Sour. Diamond Sarah gets shoved on by 8 high. It's a 7 on the flop. And that is it. Beto has done it. Congratulations to Diamond Sarah, outlasting 11,989 other players. But it's Beto who scored for $66,000 plus $24,000 in bounties for over 90K. Just under 82 for Diamond Sarah. James Hartigan. Woo! We did it.
Yeah, and that final bounty was worth around $20,000, so hence Beto gets the bigger payout. But actually leading up to that heads-up battle, and you could see from the difference in the head prizes, I think you could see Diamond Sarah was worth about $7,000, so it already won quite a lot of bounty. So actually the difference between first and second this week, not that great. As you just referenced there, Joe, around $8,500. But nonetheless, victory is with Beto their best result. Their previous best was $11,000. Remember, Diamond Sarah's previous best result was $825, and they just cashed out for $81,500. So a fun final table. And Griffin, I don't want to end on a negative, but we have to talk about that hand. We have to talk about that call by Diamond Sarah. And previously, people were saying they're playing so well. This can't be a micro stakes player. And as you said there, those are the kind of mistakes that you do see players maybe not used to competing at this level make.
Yeah, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. It was a huge, colossal mistake. I mean, the reality is, I understand what it's like when you're at your first big final table relative to the stakes you are. You're moving up the ladder, all this sort of stuff, but the pressure is enormous. Like, a part of you just kind of wants it to be over and you to get the money you already have. And especially, I think, in a bounty structure, when you see first place being 66 and the second being 66, I understand that a player like this is probably going to have a lot of experience with, bounties and know that there is all this money left up top. I think it was a matter of just like, I don't really believe this guy raising. I'm going to re-raise. And then he shoved. He's like, let's go for it. Like, he probably has a diamond call. He probably has king nine of diamonds. So, I mean, let's go for it. But, I mean, buddy, you said it was probably 20 grand. You said maybe it was a bit less because of the bounties. The reality is it was a 5-figure amount. And this person might be going back to $2 tournaments when they could have played this heads-up match and maybe taken that hand or a couple other hands a little more seriously. I think it was a massive mistake, and he should regret it, but he should be very proud of what's most important is the amount of money he did win in that tournament, how well he played on that final table. But that one should be something in the back of his mind, be like, I need to be better next time. That's my opinion.
And it shouldn't overshadow the accomplishment of Beto has, Joe, to whom we say Empura.
Yeah.
Yeah, big time Empura, big time. Love to see a little personality at the table. As frustrating as it is to see Brazil win everything, they bring a lot of passion to the game, and they're a lot of fun to watch, and I'm all for it.
Empura!
Griffin, thank you. Absolutely. Griffin, thank you very much for this evening. I know we're going to see you on stream in a few weeks' time. Joe, we're going to be back next week.
Pleasure.
And I should point out the Bounty Builder series continues. So next week's Sunday Million will be another Bounty Builder special edition, another $109 PKO. You up for it?
I am up for it.
Fantastic. So we will be here next Monday at the same time. We've got a podcast coming out on Thursday. Until then, from Griffin Benger, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from the PokerStars Arena.